Hello, it's good to be back. We're going to be having a catch-up. Chatting about the news and stuff. JD Vance, Elon, Trump, whatever has been going on recently. Trump Crypto Summit, FTX podcast from prison. I mean, there's all sorts to talk about. So, yeah. Let's bloody get on with it, shall we? Shall we? But first we're gonna do a little jam. What are those? Twerking bunny rabbits. What shall we?
What shall we sing about today?
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I actually don't know where this reverb, where this delay is coming from. Testing. Where is this delay coming from? Oh, is it that? No. Where is that coming from?
Hello? Okay, so it's on there. Somewhere.
You must say please and thank you.
You must say please and thank you. You must say please and thank you.
You must say please and thank you. It's there.
Woo! You must say please. Alright, let's get some chords.
You must say please and thank you. 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 Say please and thank you. Say please and thank you. Please and thank you.
Please and thank you. Why is this a freeze? It's not Monday, it's a Sunday. It is actually Sunday. But we get some beer from the shop and come back. It takes a manager to watch the news stream with a beer in the hand. Why is war so acceptable?
Alright. Shut up. Let's get some motherfucking... Oh, I need epidemic sound. I don't have epidemic sound open. Oh. Yeah, that jam ended up different to how I thought it would. I picked a kit that sounded quite funky. But then I ended up just like making it sound really rocky. I have like no idea what happened there. I do not know what happened. Oh God, I've got to sign in. Bloody hell, no! Oh no! I'm on the wrong bloody account. No, I don't need a free trial. I've got this freaking... Oh no, I should have got this ready beforehand. Log out. Honestly, what a bloody nightmare. Why isn't it saved my bloody password? God damn it. You're going to have to bear with me. Oh, the jam stopped and now Brooklyn's like, this is the point in which you sit down, mummy, and I can sit on your lap. Oh, is that the email address? Is that the account that I use on Epidemic Sound? Bloody hell, man. Lifestyle vlog. All right, let's move this camera down. Stay. Yeah, I didn't mean that to sound so rockified in the end. I wanted to get some, like, vocals down, but I was like, I could not think of, like, what melody to do. It just was not coming to me naturally. I was like, maybe it's just not made for having a vocal melody. I don't know. What am I drinking? Oh. Falls Hazy IPA. Double-barreled Hazy IPA. Oh shit, it's 5.8%. I mean, that's not that bad. It's not like it's an 8%, wasn't it? Falls Hazy IPA. This is actually the first time I'm dipping into this month's Beer 52. Not spawn all. They fucking should sponsor this stream. But they are not. Given the amount I freaking drink of their beers on stream. There is, yeah, I was drinking lemonade before in this glass, and the straw's still there from the lemonade. So I could just offend you further by drinking it through the straw. But maybe I will take it out. Mm. So anyway, we've got lifestyle vlog music going on in the background. We're setting the vibe. This is a lifestyle stream. No, it's not. Brooklyn is already trying to get on my lap. He's already here. Brooklyn, they want to see you, child. They want to see you. There we go. There we go. Here he is already. The baby's here already. Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the stream where we have a little chat. I update you on all of my shit. Oh, bear with me a second, actually. I actually have to do something. What I have to do is I have to switch off autofill so I don't accidentally, on my browser, so I don't accidentally dox myself somehow. I don't know, like, why I would ever be going onto a page where I'd have to put my address in anyway. But I swear, one day that'll happen. And my address will just pop up. So I just switch off autofill. Just in case. Being a girl on the internet and all that, is all you got to think about all these things. It's a scary world out there for women streamers, as we've been seeing in the news. Who was it who got, like, somebody came up to them during an IRL stream and he said he was gonna, like, to a few women streamers, and he said he was gonna kill them. I saw that, I was like, fucking hell! Fucking hell! That's some scary ass shit. Sinner, Emiru, and Valkyrie. Alright. Sniper Wolf doxed someone. Yeah, she doxed Jack's films. That was a while ago now. Address Mooncow. Oop! North. United Kingdom. And it'll go straight to me. Yep. Just put that in your sat nav. I'm the only person who lives up here. It's just me. I've heard of Valkyrie, but honestly I've not heard of the other two. I Japanese IRL streamer got killed whilst live this. What? Have my British sunglasses on. There's officially British sunglasses now because I will take them off eventually because I can't do the whole stream in these things. I do love how they look, but everything's far too dark. I could turn that down a bit actually. My face was looking a bit washed out, wasn't it? You know why they're British sunglasses? Because I bought these and then that track came out. You know that British rappers in the 90s diss track. And the girl in that video is wearing like these exact sunglasses. And she's wearing like, honestly though, her fit in that video, I'm gonna have to show you now. Her fit in that video, I actually really like it. It's like so cool. What's the guy called who made that tune? The Planet of the Bass video. Is that the one they did that was taking the piss out of like Euro pop? Yeah. Oh, it's Kyle Gordon. That's the guy. Hang on, let me. We're floating in space today, guys. Yeah, the guy. So it's by the same guy who did this one. I'll probably get nerfed if I play too much of this.
Alert! Alert!
But yeah, this is like one of his most famous ones, where he like takes the piss out of like Euro pop dance.
Before I cry. Put your hands up in
that one's really good. But he recently did one called Selector. And the girl's wearing these, she's wearing these sunglasses and like literally like throughout she's wearing outfits I would wear.
Representing
Like I love the vintage kappa that she's got on. I wear these earrings. I wear gold hoop earrings. I mean, this isn't even parody. This is just accurate.
Let's up them and go bonkers with the Glasgow smile for the Broncos. Did a stab in a biscuit, blood on me trainers, nah, can't risk it. Pick up the slang and your man them ran. Couldn't nick a hot pot pie off me nana.
Yeah, I can't play too much of that because I'll probably get. But is this me? Is this me right here? Anyway, I'll get nuked if I play too much of that. But it's very good. I recommend you watch it. You wish that was. It's me, and I bloody love pies and mashy. I had pies and mashy peas probably once a week. I'll have pie and mushy peas probably like once a week. And I actually have had this song in my head quite a lot, like the bit where she's like, I know you're ogling me baps all through me Burberry. It's great. It's great. Anyway. What else have I been up to this week? I don't know if you take enough ket for that to be you. To be fair, yeah, I haven't tried ket. Yet. Is it recommended? I don't think I want to try ket. Mushy peas? What? Fish and chips. Although I have to have vegan fish. I have to have whatever substitute I can get, but I do love fish and chips. Mushy peas. Gravy. Give it all to me. Beans on toast. A bit of Henderson's relish on top. What about a Sunday? Love a Sunday roast. Love a Sunday roast. Quite liking this music, actually. Elon loves cat, does he? What's a vegan substitute for fish? People use various different things, but there is a vegan place near me. It's not too near me. It's a bit of a drive away, so I can say it's a cafe in a Leeds suburb called Horsforth. There's a cafe called Scoffs, and they just do the most amazing vegan food. And when they do fish and chips, they do tofu. They basically just like deep fry tofu, which is not very similar tasting to fish. There are other things that taste more similar to fish. There's a plant called banana blossom that some people use, and that has like the actual, I think it's like I don't know what is banana blossom, but it has like a similar texture to fish. Banana blossom. The next vegan food star with the texture of fish. So some people use this. I don't know where you get it from, but yeah. And it has like the kind of like fibrous texture. And then if you like flavor that with seaweed, so, you know, like nori seaweed sheets, then it does end up tasting like kind of fishy in the end. So yeah, I'd say that's probably the most fishy tasting vegan alternative to fish. How long have you been vegan? Since about 2016. The year of Brexit, the year of Trump. I don't know, something about that year made me want to go vegan. Yeah, it was actually nothing to do with that. I'd already been vegetarian for a very, very long time, for most of my life. I was like, you know what, I'm going to go vegan now. I've seen enough stuff about the dairy industry. And I've felt bad about having eggs and milk for quite a long time, so I'm just going to take the dip, cut it out. But that was in about 2016. But I've been vegetarian since I was like 8 years old. Was cheese the hardest part? Cheese isn't that hard for me. There's some pretty good vegan cheeses out there now. Honestly, there's only really one thing that makes me wish I wasn't vegan, and it's Whisper chocolate bars, Cadbury Whisper chocolate bars. There is like, they've never made like a vegan version which tastes like, with that like kind of bubbly texture. I don't know if there's something about cow's milk that you need to make that lovely like bubbly melt on your tongue texture of a Cadbury's Whisper, but I've never had anything that like tasted similar to it, and that makes me quite sad. But I'm not too bothered about anything else, to be honest. I'm not too bothered about cheese. I quite like vegan cheeses, but I was never like a massive cheese head. I was never like a massive egg head either, like as in a person who likes eggs. I've also never been bald, but that's a different thing. Although, to be fair, I would eat eggs. So this is the thing that makes some people say that like a person like me is not technically vegan, because there are certain circumstances under which I would eat egg. I would eat eggs if I reared chickens in my own backyard. I would eat their eggs. I would eat the home. They're not grown up. I would eat the home plopped eggs of my home reared chickens. I would do that because I don't really see an issue with that. I don't like, if you're gonna do anything with those eggs, why not fucking eat them? What else are you gonna be doing with home-reared chicken eggs? You're not gonna feed them to the chickens. What else are you gonna do with them? Unless you want to sell them to your neighbors or something, but you might as well just fucking eat them. So, like, eventually, what I'd like to do eventually, ideally, is rescue some battery farm chickens, keep them in my back garden, and eat their eggs. But, like, I'm not so bothered about eggs that I'll, like, do it right now. But I think eventually. But I don't really want to do it in my current house. I think I would probably... Because I'd have to, like, convert a part of the garden, and it's not worth it because I do want to move out of this house in the not too distant future. So it wouldn't be worth it right now, but probably in the next place I live in, I would consider getting a little chicken coop in the back garden and just eating their eggs. I wouldn't get my own cow, though, and start milking my own cow. I think that goes a little bit too far. I can't start milking my own cow. But chickens, I think I might be able to deal with. You've got a farm at that point, yeah. And then I'll be protesting about the inheritance tax in front of the Houses of Parliament with me little, because I've got a little chicken coop and a cow in my back garden. But yeah, if that makes me not a vegan, because I would eat those, but I'd say I'm still a vegan. I mean, it's like, it's just stupid. Like, some people get so, like, militant about it. Oh, you can't, there's rules, you have to, like, just do it in the way that you personally think is the right way for you. You can call yourself vegan if you want. Anybody can call themselves vegan if they want. It's just, you know, it might be a little bit silly in my opinion if you were like eating steaks every day and you're like, yeah, I'm a vegan. But you could technically call yourself vegan still if you wanted to. There's no one stopping you. You're a vegan but you eat steaks. Anything else to update you on? Oh yeah, the reason I didn't stream last weekend. So, so basically, I got snapped by a speed camera. In the center of Leeds, and I had to. So when you get snapped by a speed camera in the UK, you get a letter through your door. They snap your number plate. They look up who you are. They look up your address, and you get a letter through the door from the police, and it looks all scary. And it's like, we snap you doing this on this road at this time. And they give you a choice. It's either you've got to you either pay a £100 fine and you get, I think, 3 points on your license or 4 points on your license. You either go for that option, or you pay £100 to go on a speed awareness course. But if you take that option, you don't get the points. So if you have time, what you will inevitably choose is the one that doesn't get you points on your license, because if you get points on your license, your insurance premium goes through the fucking roof. So everybody picks the course option. The really annoying thing is it takes up your entire morning or your entire afternoon, because it's like 3 hours long. But you have to fucking do it, because if you don't, then you get the points on your license and your insurance goes through the roof. And stupidly, I had one booked. I had the speed awareness course booked for like 7:45 a.m. on a Monday morning. And I was like, I can't risk streaming the night before, and because if I stay up until 3 and then I have that at 7:45 and I'm a little bit rough, I just cannot risk missing it, because then I will get the points on my license. So I was just like, I cannot risk it. I cannot stream on Sunday night and then get up at 7:45 for this speed awareness course. I just can't. So it wasn't worth risking it. So then I was gonna stream in the week instead, but then I got really busy. I've been like doing loads of busy shit to do with the video. So I was just like, no, it's too much. I can't stream in the week. Even though I wanted to. I'm just burning myself out of doing a lot of stuff. So how was the course? Can you give us the answers if we ever need them? Honestly, like, the course is so ridiculous. So the really annoying thing is why I got caught, why I got snapped by the speed camera in the first place, is the most annoying thing. So that speed camera is brand new, for a start. That I had no idea that speed camera had been installed recently. And it was pitch black, so I also couldn't see it. It was like 8 o'clock in the evening. I couldn't see the speed camera. So like, I remember being snapped by it, but I was literally so confused when I was snapped by it, because it literally, I had no idea the camera was there. And there was just this massive flash, like, psh, and I was like, what the hell was that? It literally looked like it came from the sky. And I was like, was that a fucking UFO or something? What the hell just flashed me? So I had no idea the camera was there to start with. But secondly, I was like barely even speeding. So that part of the road, it goes from 40 to 30. And I was literally, the speed camera comes just after it's turned to 30 from 40. And you know what I got snapped doing? 35 in a 30. Just after I'd gone from 40 to 30. Oh, so fucking petty. Oh, but yeah, technically I was still breaking the fucking law, wasn't I? Technically, I was. Sue me, throw me in jail, lock me away, throw away the key. $30 miles an hour. I was going 35 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. But I was slowing down. I was in the process of slowing down from 40 to go into the 30 zone. I had no idea the speed camera was there, and it was pitch black. Because the speed cameras are like bright yellow in the UK. Like, they do make them easy to see, but in the daytime, not at night. England post speeds in miles per hour, yes. I don't even think there are any road signs telling me that the speed cameras are around that place. I can't remember any. So yeah. So I had to do that course. So I got up at 7:45 in the morning. Luckily, nowadays you can do them on Zoom calls and you don't actually have to go to some random hall somewhere to do it. You can just do them on Zoom calls nowadays. So you get put in a Zoom call with a load of other people who have also got speeding tickets. And nobody wants to be there. There's about... on mine, there are about 8 other people on the call. Nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to be there. And there's a poor person running the course who's like has to try and get people to like partake in this stupid thing. And it's like, it's just like really patronizing. Like they show you pictures and they're like, so what do you think the speed limit is on this road? And it's like A, B, C, D, and it's like pictures of 4 different roads. And like one of them has street lights down either side. So when in the UK, at least, every time there's street lights down the side of the road, that means it's 30 miles an hour. So you don't always rely on signs here. Sometimes you have to look for other signs, like other clues as to what the speed limit is. And if there's street lights on the side of the road, that means it's 30. Can't go above 30. And they were telling us what a dual carriageway is. So on a dual carriageway, the national speed limit, so like the default speed limit on a dual carriageway is 70 miles an hour here. And they were telling us like, you know, exactly what a dual carriageway is. And apparently a dual carriageway is any road that has any kind of like separating verge down the middle. Like even if it's just like a little bit of grass down the middle, that apparently makes it a dual carriageway. I thought you needed 2 lanes for it to be a dual carriageway because it says it in the fucking name, but apparently not. Apparently you can just have a grassy verge down the middle and that makes it a dual carriageway. Anyway, I won't get into too much detail. This is all the shit that they were going through with us. And the poor woman running the course is like trying to ask us questions to get us involved, and we're all just sat there like 8 a.m. on a Monday morning like, yeah. I guess your ass cheeks are a dual carriageway then. Absolutely. Nah, Moon is trying to excuse a speeding ticket. Yeah, I am. Boulevard. Is that what you call it in the US? A boulevard?
A boulevard. A boulevard.
So we have single carriageways, dual carriageways, and then we have motorways, which I think is anything 3 lanes and above is technically a motorway. They're also 70 miles an hour. But any other road with the street lights down the side is 30 miles an hour. And then there are other questions like they were more like patronizing things like, so how can you make sure that you don't speed in the future? What could you do? And it's like, oh, and they're like, oh, can you tell us like why you were speeding in the first place? And everyone's always like, oh, I was late. I was in a rush. I was bored. I didn't notice the speed limit. And then they're like, oh, so what can you do in the future to make sure that you don't speed? And then you have to like write down on a notepad and then they call you up and then you have to say, oh, well, what I could do in the future is I could maybe plan to leave 10 minutes earlier so that I'm not in such a rush when I'm trying to get to the place. Maybe what I could do is, so I'm not distracted, is I could like set up the sat nav before the journey so that I'm not distracted while I'm driving. Maybe I could put my phone on do not disturb or on drive mode, and then I won't be distracted by my phone and I could be looking for speed limit signs. Oh yeah. and then they made us do one of those like hazard perception course things that you know, those things that you had to do during your theory test where you like watch a video and you had to like click your mouse every time you saw a potential hazard coming up. They did one of those, but they also did so what happens next? So they show you a video and they were like, what do you think would happen next? And we had to like say, because of the we had to try and anticipate from the video what hazards were going to come up on the road. Like one of them was like there was a delivery van parked at the side of the road, and we had to be like, oh well, a car will probably come out from behind that delivery van, so we'd have to probably slow down just to make sure that car can pass us before we go past the delivery van. It was all that kind of shit. But yeah, honestly though, like the whole thing was just making me think, my god, cars were such a bad fucking idea, weren't they? Just get rid of cars. Like, I know I drive one, but just get rid of them. Shit. Humans are too dumb to drive around these metal murder boxes. We're so fucking dumb. Like, the cars were probably the worst invention ever. Like, that was all I was thinking about. Like, I can't believe we have to, like, be patronized in such a way to be able to drive around our murder boxes more safely. And we're all wasting our time. We're all wasting our Monday morning in this stupid fucking patronizing course about how to drive our murder boxes more safely. Because that's the fucking stupid world that we live in. But I couldn't, I couldn't really get on my soapbox during the course. I don't think I would have passed it if I'd gone on a little anti-car tirade during it. That probably wouldn't have gone down very well. Should have advertised the stream, yeah. So then I was like, guys, subscribe to Not Just Bikes. That's the answer to all of this. Trains, baby! Fucking trains! Although I live in North Leeds and like there's literally no train tracks at all going from where I am to the centre of Leeds. Otherwise I would get a train. But no, there are bus routes, but they fucking take forever because they have to meander around all of the stops. A train would be much faster and a lot more environmentally friendly. Humans are not built to wield 2 tons at 30 miles per hour. Exactly. Like, they were also telling us statistics about how, like, more likely you are to, like, murder a person, like a pedestrian, if you're going at 35 miles an hour versus 30 miles an hour. And, like, and they were talking about, like, your stopping time and, like, your thinking time as a human. So like, you have to make sure that you're driving at the right speed. So then it's, like, 80% less likely that you kill a person going at 30 miles an hour than it is if you're going at 35 miles an hour. Which, like, yeah, I mean, it's a good point. But the larger point here is humans should not be driving around fucking metal murder boxes around. That's the larger issue here. Yeah. Like, why? Why are we doing it? Why? If I didn't have to drive a car, I wouldn't. I would just fucking love it if I didn't have to drive a car. I also could just drink whenever I wanted. You have to think about how much you're bloody drinking as well. And the amount of people who are probably driving around, like, half pissed as well. And just, like, they just never get stopped by the police for it. Honestly, humans are stupid. We should not be driving around heavy machinery like this. Just willy-nilly. come to London, no need to drive. Yeah. Yeah, you would not own a car if you lived in London. You just jump on the tube all the time. Although half the time, the tube doesn't frickin' work as it should be. I don't even live in London, but whenever I visit London, there's always some kind of fucking delay on the tube. Something slowing it down. There's like a signal failure, or like some random shit has happened, and then your tube car just sits there forever, and it's really annoying because you're stood there wondering, would it be quicker if I just got off at this station right now and walked? And you're just constantly stood there thinking of it. But you know, the second you get off the tube and you decide to walk, the doors will shut on the fucking tube and it'll go and it'll shoot off. And you'll be like, fuck you! Oh, it's so annoying. Oh, yeah. The tube is annoying in itself. I'm enjoying this music. What beer have we got next? Hop Art. Citra and Mosaic India Pale Ale. Oh, it's 6.2. 6.2%. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Tube gets a little toasty in summer too. Yeah.
I know you're ogling me back so through me Burberry. I know you're hurting me, boy.
Oh yeah, this glass is from the beer festival. Bradford Beer. Well, you can't read it right now, but it says Bradford Beer Festival. There's too much head for you to be able to hear, to be able to read it. Camera. Timmy Taylors. Didn't know you were a 55-year-old bloke. Well, I am. So yeah. Pardon me. Everything else that I've been doing this week. What else have I been doing this week? Apart from being put in the government's detention for doing 35 and a 30. I've just been doing a lot of research. New things keep coming out about the Lucy Letby case, which are really bloody interesting, but they keep on giving me loads of more stuff to read up on. You didn't think to pull the sovereign citizen line? What, on the Zoom call? Because nobody stopped me at the time. So I should, what you think I should have said on the Zoom call? I do not consent. I wonder if that would have worked. Oh, Brooklyn. Deploy the Soviet dialogue tree. Yeah, that's what I should have done. I am moon dash cat. Colon, colon, semicolon. Maybe I'll take off the brick glasses now. I can't keep them on the whole time. Get rid of the marks on my face. God, that light is bright. I might have to turn that down. Oh. With how long Lucy Letby's appeal is going to take, you might have to make multiple videos. Oh. Thing is, like, what I'm thinking right now is it'll probably be like a little series of videos. So I know, like, my last one was like 3 hours long, and I know that I'm only like putting out like
like single bits of content like every year at this point because of the amount of bloody work it takes to put into stuff. I just keep on doing deeper and I just keep on going in deeper and deeper and deeper when I make a video. And maybe that's not a bad thing, but maybe what I need to do is like cut them up a bit. Like, so maybe what I could do instead of putting out one video is I could put out like a little series of videos, so it just like cuts it up a little bit for people. It just like spreads it out a little bit. What I'm kind of like modeling what I'm thinking of on is Bobby Broccoli. I don't know if any of you guys have watched Bobby Broccoli videos, but I absolutely love Bobby Broccoli videos. And what he does is he won't put videos out that often, but when he does, he'll like put out like a little series of like, he calls them brockumentaries. And he'll put out like a little series of videos, and I'm thinking that might actually suit what I do, because I tend to like go really deep into something, but then I come out with like, but then I get like really like, I don't know, I get worried about the timestamp. Like I'm like, nobody's gonna click on something that's this long. So like maybe if I like cut it up into a few shorter parts like he does, then maybe I'll feel a little bit better about the timestamp. So and also I think this subject is something that I could probably quite easily cut into sections as well, like a few neat sections, I think. So that's what I'm thinking of doing right now, basically. Get the hooks in them, funnel them to the longer form. Exactly. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking at the minute. So then it's not like I'm putting out one video a year. It's like I'm putting out a few videos a year, but they're kind of like on the same subject. So I can, yeah. My thick, veiny brain. Yes. My thick, wrinkly, veiny brain. That could work. I think it sounds great. Good. All right. I've got the green light from a couple of chatters, so it's all good. We're all good. I mean, you're like, even it like, you're basically getting the same thing, and it like either way. It's just that this way, I might like bring in a few new people rather than the people who already know me as a content creator. I'd perhaps bring in a few new people if I didn't have like such intimidating timestamps on the video. I might actually bring in a few more people that way. So yeah, I mean, I can only try it and see how it goes. Thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, so also I was gonna mention that if you want to become a member on this channel, I've started uploading episodes of my like video podcast thing for members only on this channel. They are on the Patreon as well, but also now if you become a member on YouTube on this channel, then you also get access to my podcast episodes that I've been making, the little extra videos that I've been making, my little my podcast episodes. What I've been thinking of doing for the next one, for this month's one, is just doing a reaction to one of my old videos. I'm thinking what I might react to, just because I've not watched it in quite a while. What I'd like to react to is the LuLaRoe videos that I did in 2020. Just because I sort of like, I made them like 5 years ago at this point, and I feel like I've moved on so much since I made those videos. I think if I watch those, because I think like a lot of people are interested in the kind of like process behind the videos as well. And I think if I sort of did a watch along of the LuLaRoe videos, maybe part 1, maybe part 2, I don't know. I don't know if I'll do both parts or one or the other. But I thought if I did a watch along with one of the odd videos, I can like sort of explain what I've learned since then and what I would do differently now if I were to make those videos now. So yeah, and I thought it would be fun for me as well. So my plan is to record that at some point next week and upload that as a members video and on the Patreon as well. Another thing that I want to do is I want to interview some other people for that as well. So I might reach out to a few YouTuber friends and say, hey, do you want to be interviewed / have a little friendly chat? And then yeah, we can put that out as well. Moldy leggings specifically, yeah, I'm looking forward to like watching that video back. I've not watched it in so long, but yeah, that was one of my first videos that I did, and it was about an MLM called LuLaRoe. And I was very naive back then, to be honest. Like when I first started making videos, about MLMs because I like randomly got invited to an MLM by someone. And when I got invited to this MLM, I was like, the way that they invited me was like so weird and like culty that I was just like, I have to look into this. And that was Arbonne. And then that culminated in my first ever video essay. And then after I'd done a video of them, I found out about LuLaRoe, and who were also an MLM, and they were doing very similar things. But I was kind of like naive back then about like capitalism and like how everything works. Like after I'd done those MLM videos, I'd basically realized like, oh wait, like so MLMs are like basically just capitalism, but like a speed run of capitalism. And like the reasons that people get into MLMs in the first place is basically because of capitalism. I realize that now. I didn't realize that back then when I was doing those deep dives. So yeah, I thought I'd go back and sort of watch them back and see what I would do differently now. I am far wiser now. Yes. It's not necessarily just because they're stupid. Yeah, I mean, I see people who join MLMs as victims, really. But then, like, the ones that get to the top are the perpetrators and the people doing the scamming because they've, like, made enough money to scam other people. But when you sort of widen the picture, you realize, oh, like, that's how the entire economy is working. Oh shit. But I didn't really realize that quite so much back then. Oh, Brooklyn keeps on fucking clawing my knee. Driving past my downline in my white Mercedes. Ooh, like fuck you, pay me. Just I don't have any toilet roll on my desk right now, so my spilt beer is going on the floor. I can worry about the sticky floor tomorrow. Slurp it up. Slurp it up from the desk. Yeah. Right. I do need to pee, but when I get back, we've got some things. We've got some couple of TV things. There's a new trailer for the next season of Black Mirror, which I have not watched yet. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that when we get back. But I'm gonna piss. All right. Oh, wait. I need to stop that music first, don't I? All right. There we go.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
I like to move it. 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 You like to move it.
I'm making piss.
All right, we are back. We're looking at Banana Blossom. Oh, we were. What was I gonna watch? Oh. Oh yeah, because someone put this on the Discord, I think. Someone's suggesting I should buy this. Because I was playing 2 Point Museum. And because it's a Sega game, they just put these stupid, like, Sonic items that you can buy. And I'm like, why would I ever put a fucking Sonic statue in my museum? And I was getting angry. And apparently you can get a Sonic statue in real life. How much does this cost? Oh, I have to inquire. I can't just buy it. I have to inquire about the Sonic statue. Well, I'm sure I will. I definitely will. Oh look, I can WhatsApp them right now, or Facebook Messenger them right from here. Oh, tempting. Yeah, I would like to stream 2 Point Museum some more. I'm gonna be honest. I did play a little bit of it, not on stream, just because I wanted to have like a little. I just wanted to play it for a bit where I could like be really pernickety about the way that I built it, because I like to do that. That's relaxing for me. Like building it in a perfect way. And I was like, if I stream this, I'm just gonna be worried about being really boring. And it was very boring. I get very boring. So I was like, I can't stream this. So I did play it for a bit this week, but not on stream. I'm sorry. But I'd like to stream a little bit more. And I can show you what I've done. Now I've done the really pernickety bit, where I get really, really anal about stuff. I did all of the anal stuff off stream. I'm sorry, but I'll play a little bit more on stream eventually. But I won't be putting any Sonic statues in. Anyway, 2 Point Museum is great though. It's as great as the rest of the 2 Point games. I absolutely love it. Those are my favorite games to play. The 2 Point games. They're so addictive. I can just literally play them for hours on end. I love them. 2 Point Hospital, 2 Point Campus, 2 Point Museum. Man, I love it. Right. You were only here for the anal. You missed the anal, man. You missed me. I didn't stream the anal bit. Yeah, just to give you like the most recent updates on the Letby case. I promise you, this is fucking like, this entire case is like fucking fascinating. It's like a fascinating insight into like the justice system and like human psychology and statistics. Like, you have to believe me. You have to believe me when I say all of this. It's like a perfect time for us to sort of like learn about all of these things at once. But the most recent updates are essentially, so there's the Thirlwall inquiry is going on now, and essentially it is looking into how the hospital supposedly allowed babies to die on the unit. So they're looking into how a hospital in the UK allowed a serial killer nurse to be working on the ward for so long. And basically they're looking into completely the wrong thing, because there was no serial killer nurse on the ward. It was an underfunded NHS and a poorly run NHS trust and neonatal ward that were the actual problems. There was no serial killer nurse, as far as we can tell at this point. So basically what we've recently found out is that during the Thirlwall inquiry, a document appeared on the Thirlwall. So like the entirety of the Thirlwall inquiry is like being uploaded online, like the transcripts of it and all of the documents that they're referencing during the Thirlwall inquiry are being uploaded online. And a document got uploaded to the Thirlwall inquiry website, and just like quickly got wiped away again. And like people were like, what was that document? So it turns out that document was relating to another baby who basically died of, well, no, they didn't die actually, they were diagnosed with hyperinsulinism, and they had like blood tests done which showed that they had very, very high levels of insulin in their blood, because that's what you get when you have hyperinsulinism. Your body just like randomly creates loads of insulin for basically no reason. It's like it's a condition that you can get, and it's very common as a premature baby for you to get hyperinsulinism. So they found out about the elevated levels of insulin in this baby's blood. And they found, the Thirlwall inquiry, they found a document where they found out about this baby who had a heightened level of insulin in their blood and later got diagnosed with hyperinsulinism. And so therefore they knew about this case, but they knew that it was due to natural causes that this baby had a heightened level of insulin. Lucy Letby was convicted of killing 2 babies because they were found to have a heightened level of insulin in their blood. But the thing is, that could be down to completely natural causes. But Lucy Letby was convicted of attempting to murder both of those babies just because they had blood tests come back to say that they had a heightened level of insulin. The Thirlwall inquiry has got evidence of this 3rd insulin case where a baby had this same, basically the baby had the same evidence of a heightened level of insulin, but then they subsequently got diagnosed with hyperinsulinism, whereas the other 2 babies didn't. So the question is, did those other 2 babies just have hyperinsulinism early on in their life? And nobody actually poisoned any babies with insulin. That is very, very highly possibly the case. And the Thirlwall inquiry got hold of that document and like basically asking that question, and then they like really quickly like wiped it away from their documents. We don't know why we don't know why they got rid of them, but the Thirlwall inquiry is being very sort of like, they're sort of like ploughing forward under the assumption that she's guilty of all of these murders. They're just like ploughing forward that she's guilty of 7 murders and 8 attempted murders. They're just ploughing forward, like assuming that's true because the jury have found her guilty of that. And anything that goes against that narrative now, they are essentially just like ignoring it and brushing it under the rug. Or they're like basically like sort of trying to fit it into the narrative of, oh, well, this is why they failed to recognize a serial killer on the unit. Because like all of the information that the Thirlwall inquiry is finding right now is how badly run that nursing unit was, how badly run that neonatal unit was. They're just finding evidence that prove that unit was understaffed, run really badly. There were no consultants on there doing the checks that they were supposed to be doing. The Thirlwall inquiry is finding all of this, which would point to the much more likely conclusion that these babies died because of negligence, accidental negligence. But they're kind of like trying to kind of like funnel it all into like, oh, so this means that's why they didn't realize that there was a serial killer on the unit, instead of coming to the much more plausible conclusion that these babies might have passed away because the nursing unit, because the neonatal unit itself was just very, very, very poorly run. And like, you've got to think like the Tories came into power when, like 2010, and these like elevated number of deaths in the neonatal unit went up in 2015, but they were going up all over the country because austerity caused by the Tories was basically really, really starting to to kick in by around 2015, 2016. So like neonatal units all across the country were dealing with not just like increases in deaths on neonatal units, but they were also increases in like stillbirths as well. Like we also were doing a really shit job of making sure that babies were born alive, as well as doing a shit job making sure that they stayed alive once they'd been born, because that's what austerity does. It just like, you know, the Swiss cheese model that I like to talk about, it just widens the holes. It widens the holes in the Swiss cheese. And then more babies die as a result. Austerity kills babies, who knew? Yep. So yeah, all the Thirlwell inquiry is doing basically is finding more and more evidence that she's innocent, which is hilarious if it weren't really depressing at the same time. Drink every time I mention Swiss cheese. Yeah. We love to widen holes on the moon stream. We love to widen some holes. Anyway, now I've talked about letby. I will get on, all right. I'll get onto the Black Mirror thing that I promised. This is a goatse stream. I'm just widening holes.
We'd like to welcome you back.
Ready?
Yeah. 3, 2.
And action.
They call it mind expanding. It alters your neuronal structure. The mind is a computer.
I am really excited for this. I know there was like a lot of there was a lot of, I don't know, I think backlash against the most recent series. I still enjoyed it. Okay, maybe that's my obsession with Charlie Brooker that makes me not want to disparage anything that he ever does ever. But I'm still enjoying Black Mirror, and I'm very excited for this.
Suddenly, we're not just more receptive. You become a receiver.
Sometimes we have to do things that we don't want to do.
Wait, she's oh, what's her name? Fuck, forgot. She was in The Office.
I just want something magical, timeless.
Come with me.
Rashida Jones, yes.
We'll all be cyborgs before long.
Yeah.
Just remember that they're AIs. To them, this is real. Ready?
I'm ready.
Kids love honey. That's why parents love Honey Nugs, the sweetest way to start your day.
We're getting quite a following.
Yes.
We have to create software that elevates us. Or else, what is the fucking point of the tools at our disposal?
Oh, it's him again! He was in Bandersnatch. I know he's been in loads of other stuff as well.
Or else, what is the fucking point of the tools at our disposal?
I had never seen anything like it.
Humans consider artificial life to be somehow less than them.
Do you have a problem with me?
What?
She was just a bit odd.
Odd? We're all a bit odd.
How does pounding?
Will Poulter, that's his name. Right, hang on, what's it? Who are these people? Yeah. Peter Capaldi, yeah. Chris O'Dowd from the IT crowd. I don't know anybody else.
How does pounding like a drum?
I'd have listened.
You
of heart help?
Yes, I would!
You are a fucking miracle.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
It's a game.
What are most games about?
Escapism?
Killing.
I don't like this game.
I'm losing my mind.
Woo! I'm excited for that. April 10th. Oh shit, that's ages away. April 10th. No, I'm excited for that. I won't let any of you. I won't let any of you ruin my enjoyment of Black Mirror. I still enjoy it, and I think it's very fun and great. What are my favorite episodes? Shall we get a list of Black Mirror episodes? I don't know if like my most favorite ones are from earlier seasons. Maybe that is the case. I don't know. Episodes. I've been rewatching all of them recently, so they are quite like front and center in my mind. Series 1. I need a screenshot from each one. Otherwise, I'm not going to remember. List of Black Mirror episodes. No, I need pictures. I'm going to have to open them on Netflix, or no. Wait, hang on a second. Black Mirror. Yeah, I don't want to play Black Mirror literally on screen. I will definitely get... How do I open the list of episodes? Oh, it works different to like the TV app. It won't just give me a list of episodes. I can just act out what's on the street. I could. Black Mirror episodes. Give me a visual depiction of each one, please. Because then I won't be able to remember them just from the freaking titles. Who do you think I am? Hey! Hello, Raiders. We're talking about Black Mirror. We are currently talking about Black Mirror. But I'm trying to find a good episode list of every freaking episode. But the internet is not providing me with an... Look, if I just do an image search, that's probably the best way. San Junipero. Okay, San Junipero may be my favorite one. Oh, what's that one? Should I go in IMDb? Black Mirror episodes. Maybe I should do a full-on tier list. Oh, somebody's already made a tier list. Oh no, the national anthem! I hate that one. F. The Entire History of You. That's the one where you're gonna disagree with me. I hate it. All right, maybe this could be something I do later on in the stream. I'm probably not going to do all this. This isn't all of the episodes anyway. But no, San Junipero might be my favorite one. I love Nosedive. That's Nosedive. I love Nosedive. The one with Miley Cyrus in it is weird. I've actually not rewatched that one recently, but I remember it being like that was more of like a sort of comedy one, wasn't it? I've not rewatched that one recently, the Waldo moment. Metalhead, I have watched that one. That one's good. It's all right. Striking Vipers, okay, Striking Vipers is one of my favorite. I really like Striking Vipers. Smithereens, have I watched that one recently? I don't think I actually have watched that one again recently. I really love Playtest. Playtest is one of my favorite ones, for sure. Men Against Fire, what was that one about? I don't think... Roaches. No, I don't think I've watched that one recently. Crocodile's I really like Crocodile. That one's fucked up, but really good. No. No, what? It was voted down? No. That one's really good. Archangel. Yeah, good. That was also good. 15 Million Merits. I liked that one. Nosedive, one of my top episodes. Black Museum, can barely remember it, to be honest. I have not watched that one recently, but that's because the first time I saw it, I remember not being too excited about it. White Christmas, yeah, I really like that one. Be Right Back. Is that what? Yeah, the one that she brings her dead husband back to life. That was pretty good. Hey, the fucking bees. The bees, that one's so good. The bees, really good. Love that one. Hang the DJ. Oh, actually, Hang the DJ is one of my favorite ones. Also top tier for me, Hang the DJ. Also, yes, love that one. Shut Up and Dance. Yes. National. No, not the pig. Not the pig. No. The Entire History of You. Have I watched that one again recently? Oh, I think I did, but I can't actually remember it. White Bear's really good. That's a very good one. Yeah, there we go. San Junipero. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't deny that one's amazing. That one's amazing. Anyway. Excited for the new series. Anyway, we'll see what it's like. I do not like watching the pig fucking. I don't know if it's the vegan in me, but I do not enjoy the pig fucking. I don't. I can't. Oh no! Oh god, no, I can't hit. I just had to give myself a second. Just to ensure that I did not continue hiccuping. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. I'm not holding in a fart. I'm stopping the hiccups. We need a calm moment. A calm moment. The diaphragm will reset and everything will be fine. There we go. I only hiccup once. I only hiccuped once. That was the plan. There we go. All right. I must admit, right, somebody put this in the Discord, but I have, like, it's already been sent to me. I have already seen this, but it was very good and it made me laugh a lot. So we're going to watch it. It's basically a parody of Severance, which I have been obsessed with. And there's only... Wait. The finale is on Friday, isn't it? And you know what else is on Friday? You know what else is on Friday? My fucking birthday. The finale! The finale of Severance. Okay, wait, where's my sound effects? I need to... Wait. The finale of Severance is on my birthday. I can't believe it. And you know what else is happening on my birthday? Okay, there is another thing. There is another thing happening on my birthday which you will not believe. Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. I wonder what words to use. This is a really funny thing that's happening on my birthday as well. This is great. This is great. Hang on. This is another thing that's being released on my birthday. BBC News official themes album. What? Coming out on my birthday? What?
Hi, I'm really excited to tell you a bit more about the new album of BBC News mixes coming out this week. It's a selection of some of my favourite versions of the BBC News theme, including of course the countdown, but there are other mixes on there that haven't been heard before. Way back in 1999, I did some longer versions with the idea of doing an album, so it's really great to have them released finally. I've also included the BBC World break filler music I did in 2001 that was so popular. And of course the iconic Abbey Road recording with the BBC Concert Orchestra. So it's coming out on Friday the 21st of March. Hope you enjoy it.
My fucking birthday,
I'm really excited
bitch!
to tell you a bit more about the new album of BBC News.
How does everybody know what I want for my birthday? How do they all know what I want? The Severance finale? A fucking BBC News official themes album? On my fucking birthday. So basically, on my birthday, I'm going to be driving. I'm going to be driving past all of the speed cameras in Leeds at 35 miles per hour. No, I'm going to be driving to my friend Charlie's house on my birthday. Her birthday is only 10 days after mine on March the 31st. So I'm going to be driving. We're going to have a little birthday weekend together. Me, her, and Naomi. We're going to have a birthday weekend together. And Charlie's just bought a house. So we're going to be meeting up at her new house near Nottingham. So I'm going to be driving down the A1. And you know what? I'm going to be having this on the stereo in the car. The whole way down the A1. Yeah, it's gonna be the best time. It's gonna be the best time ever. Anyway, that tangent over. Let's watch the Severance. Well, he says every mind-bending TV show. It's basically just a parody of Severance.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bumcrest. Please enjoy this welcome balloon.
Balloon?
What? Balloon time is over.
If you haven't watched Severance yet, this is basically what it's like.
First time in the Enigma factory? I don't know where I am.
What a newbie.
I don't even know who I am. Everything here is so mysterious. Why are there so many balloons? Newbie. Mr. Bumcrest, do you have an appointment with Mr. 13? I don't know who that is. I'm just trying to find a way off this, I want to say, island that's inside a spaceship? No. That's actually a child's dream? Getting colder, Mr. Bumcrest. No, not a dream. Purgatory? Mr. Bumcrest, you seem tense. Actually, I am a little. Perhaps you should answer that vintage telephone. Who is Mr. 13? I think I'm going mad. Don't be absurd, Mr. Bumcrest. You're as sane as I am. Look, a small rocking horse. It's beautiful. The answers you seek are all inside, Mr. Bumcrest.
No! No, honestly though, they won't cancel Severance. No, they won't. No, it's too big. It's too big to cancel at this point. It's too big to cancel. It's too big to cancel. Next we have Freedom Lager. I need some like American music for this poll, don't I? I wonder what comes up if I just type in American music. American music. Violent Femmes, American music. I don't know what that is. The next thing that comes up is Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us. Or the next thing that comes up is Childish Gambino. This Is America. Or the one that comes up after that is Nelly, Dilemma. Oh. America theme song. What do you call it? A national anthem. That's the one. Okay. Freedom Lager. Let's go.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
were so gallantly streaming like me.
The rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave
proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, save us that star-spangled banner yet wave. Oh, we're the land of the free and the home of the brave. Yeah, bitch. Freedom Lager! Alright, what did we have next? What did we have next? Oh! Some... what is this that's been sent to me? Water is a scam. Oh, I think Brooklyn wants to come back in the room. I can hear him wailing outside the door. Hang on. Oh. Hey. Wow! That is literally him. Wow! Maybe we should do some social media posting. Maybe I should get the shades back on for the social media posting. Oh, on the home of the brave. Oh. We are live! I've got my British sunglasses on and we are talking about memes and news, whatever the fuck's been going on in the world recently. You know, Elon, Trump, FTX doing a podcast from prison. Yeah, like literally everything that's been happening. I'm gonna literally cover everything that's been happening. Yeah, everything, all of it. Okay. If I actually covered everything that's been happening, I would be here all night. Twitch.tv/Mooncat. Oh, no. Music. Link. YouTube.com/ Right, you need to put an @ in, right? @ Mooncat after dark. Is that right? Let's fucking hope so. Let's fucking hope so. All right. From the land of the free, in the home of the brave. Come on, upload, you bitch. You are taking forever. There we go. All right. We're done. Okay, what the hell is this stupid TikTok about?
Also believe water is a scam. Water is a solvent, so it's dissolving your body. The fact that people say it's hydrating your cells is crap. It's not a carbohydrate, it's not a fat, it's not a protein. It's literally a solvent. If you put any type of material in water, it dissolves it. That's what it's doing to your body. And same thing with water weight, and you drinking all this water and bloating, there's actually no benefit to it. If you want to hydrate, you have fats, you have juices, you have something that your cells can actually utilize.
No, what is this podcast?
Also believe water is a scam. Water is a solvent, so it's dissolving your body. The fact that people say it's hydrating your cells is crap. It's not a carbohydrate, it's not a fat, it's not a protein. It's literally a solvent. If you put any type of material in water, it dissolves it. That's what it's doing to your body. And same thing with water weight, and you drinking all this water and bloating, there's actually no benefit to it. If you want to hydrate, you have fats, you have juices, you have something that your cells.
You hydrate with fats, guys. You have to eat entire tubs of lard if you wanna hydrate yourselves, okay? Entire tubs of lard. Wait, honestly, there is so much fucking brain rot on podcasts nowadays. I was saying this earlier, like, I think Joe Rogan has a big part to play in this, in the fact that, like, people who like listen to podcasts like this, they think that they're getting more intelligent. But, like, surely if that were the case, Joe Rogan would be literally like a savant of everything in the entire world. All Joe Rogan does all day is talk to, like, supposed, like, experts in their field all day, every day. That's all Joe Rogan does. Yet, all we are seeing is that man become dumber and dumber every day. He literally constantly gets stupider Is that not proof that the podcasts that you're listening to are making you stupider? Because they are. Because guess what, guys? This is not the way that human knowledge gets accumulated. That's not the way that knowledge works. That's not the way that science works. That's not the way that academia works. It's never worked throughout the past through podcasts. That's not how we've done it. Like, the way that knowledge works is you have certain fields of knowledge, and you have people doing studies within those fields, and the people doing those studies, they compare knowledge with each other, and then it can take decades for people within that field to get to a certain conclusion on any specific thing. It can take decades to get to anything that resembles some kind of truth. And then what you have is like different fields have to work with each other to then like cross-reference different fields of studies and different meta-analyses of studies and think, okay, well, what truth have we kind of come close to here? And then the other field has to go, oh, well, what kind of truth have we come to here? And then what they have to do is kind of agree on certain things. What we've never done, and for very good reason, is have one fucking guy listen to a load of academics from different fields who are all seemingly very, very assured of what they're saying is true. Which, by the way, is the first massive red flag of an expert in any scientific field, is someone who comes across as if they're 100% certain on everything. Because that's like literally the most removed from a scientific mindset that you could possibly be, is to say that you're 100% certain on everything. Because nobody is 100% certain on everything. Nothing is that certain. And to come across like you're supposedly scientifically minded and to say, oh, I'm so fucking certain of everything, is the most massive red flag of a grifter ever. Yet that's all of the people that Joe Rogan is talking to 24/7. That's all he talks to, is these grifters who are like, I am 100% certain that what I am saying is the truth in my specific field, which is like the opposite of a scientific mindset. A scientific mindset is something is most likely to be this. Something is unlikely this. That's a scientific mindset. Is looking at the data that we have and saying, well, it's likely this. It's most likely this from what we know, from the entire field of data that we have. To have someone come on your podcast and go, oh, well, I did these studies and they told me this thing. Therefore, that's 100% what the science is. That's a huge red flag. But that's all that Joe Rogan has ever been told throughout his entire career. So now, he's the fucking dumbest guy we've ever known. Like, for that reason. Like, all podcasts are the same. Podcasts are the worst way to disseminate information that have ever been invented, ever. Podcasts are the worst way to disseminate information because it's one person saying what they think based on barely any research, just basically no research, or they're basing their entire beliefs on some kind of agenda that they want to push. And then they go around every single podcast in the entire world just like verbal diarrhea, just shitting it all out everywhere. And because people think it sounds good, or that because it sounds intelligent because the person used loads of big words while they were saying it, they're like, oh, this guy seems intelligent, he must know what he's talking about. No, he doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. I don't know, people could accuse me of that, but when I make a podcast, when I make a video, but also when I make a podcast, I guess. When I make a video, what I try and do is I try and take into it, like, I don't just like look at one person's research and be like, oh, well, that must be the truth then. What I try and do is look at the entire field of research, and I try and look at where scientific consensus is going. That's why this pisses me off so much. That's why it pisses me off so much that just one person can go on a podcast, like the Joe Rogan podcast, and be like, actually, no, what I say is the truth. Like, I know that it doesn't take just one person to get to the truth on a certain thing. It takes an entire community of scientists and academics working together. But the unfortunate thing is that entire communities of scientists don't have good PR teams. They don't have good public relations. They don't have good, like, they don't have communications departments. They don't sort of say, okay, we're an entire team of scientists and we're going to get this one person to go on podcasts and say what we think. That doesn't exist. Maybe that should exist, but maybe it never would exist, because what that person would then say on the podcast is a hell of a lot less exciting than what these random grifters are saying. Because unfortunately, grifting is more interesting than actual truth. It's far more interesting than actual scientific truth, unfortunately. Anyway, that sent me off on a random tirade. Thanks. Shall we say that we're live? We need to do a screenshot. Just don't listen to podcasts. Yeah. It's posturing. All right, if you want to be in the screenshot, then you have to chat now. If you want to be in the blue sky screenshot, you have to chat now. Oh wait, I'm screenshotting the wrong thing. Hang on. All right, we got it. Okay. How do you post on Blue Sky again? Why is there not like a thing down there? Oh, now it comes up. Okay. Ow, Brooklyn. Oh my God. Why does he have to claw my goddamn knees like that? Water is a scam. Is that what I should skeet? Elon, Trump, FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, I don't know. Bankman-Friend? Sam Bankman-Fried, podcast from prison. What else am I talking about? I don't know. Oh, Brooklyn. You should see how messed up this chair is from Brooklyn's claws. You should see close up. Brooklyn. Honestly. JD Vance memes. Brooklyn. Twitch.tv. Oh my God. Too many beers for this. YouTube.com /@ Mooncat After Dark Dark. All right, we got it. We got there eventually. We got there eventually. That probably makes no sense, but whatever. Whatever! Right, what do we have next? But they would have missed all the traffic chat. Yeah, that's their fault. Scientists have bred woolly mice on their journey to bring back the mammoth. I mean, okay. I'm skeptical of everything at this point. I'm skeptical of everything. I mean, they're very cute. They are very cute, but it's not really, they're not really bringing back the woolly mammoth, are they? I'm very skeptical of that. It's not going to be the woolly mammoth. Because what I'm assuming is they're just going to inject like woolly fur genes into existing elephants. I would assume that they're just going to make existing elephants furry. Oh, they're very cute though, aren't they? I mean, they look like they've just woken up. They've got a bit of bad head. What did they say about genomes? Hang on. Genomes. Colossal collected the genomes of nearly 60 recovered mammoths. I'm very skeptical. But speed bumps abound. Here we go. The business of rewriting the genome takes extensive experimentation with hundreds of embryos to ensure that the key genes are properly edited. The only way to test if they indeed are is to follow the embryos through gestation and see if a viable mammoth pops out. Pops out. The nearly 2 years it would take for even a single experimental animal to be born, however, would make that process impractical. What's more, Asian elephants are highly social, highly intelligent, and endangered, raising intractable ethical obstacles to experimenting on them. Either the mouse, an animal whose genome lends itself to easy manipulation with CRISPR, a gene editing tool developed in 2012, based on a natural process bacteria used to defend themselves in the wild. What's more, mice need only 20 days to gestate, making for a quick turnaround on embryo to mouse pup. Yeah, like I'm not gonna... Okay, maybe I'll do more of a deep dive on this at some point, but I'm very, very skeptical of this. Oh yeah, also this. Maybe, this is why you should employ an overly online millennial in your graphics department. I saw this before and it took me maybe a few seconds. Maybe let me know in the chat if, like, at the point that you see it. The European Commission put this graphic out and oh, you instantly saw it? Yeah, Okay, you've got it. You've got it. It took me a few seconds, and then I was like, oh. Oh no. That's what Putin sees. That is what Putin is seeing right now. Thanks to Trump. Trump is the lube. And Putin now sees this. Oh. Make goatse great again. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like, yeah, war paint on the face. Oh shit. Did I? Oops. So yeah, this has been going around a lot. As Americans increasingly get their news from online shows and streamers, we found that this expanding media ecosystem is overwhelmingly right-leaning. Yeah. I mean, I do wonder how exactly did they decide, like, what was the threshold over which someone had to be in terms of followers to get included on this map? Because, like, you know, there are a few creators who are like, you didn't include this and this and this. Like, there's a few people like, oh, you didn't include me. But I do agree in general that it seems to be most of the online commentary seems to be right leaning. But I need to know what their threshold cutoffs were. Maybe it says on here. As Americans increasingly get their news from online shows and streamers, the influence of this media ecosystem becomes more prominent, and Media Matters have found that the most popular of this content is overwhelmingly right-leaning. In a new study, Media Matters assessed the audience size of popular online shows, podcasts, streams, and other long-form audio and video content regularly posted online. To do so, we gather data on the number of followers, subscribers, and views across streaming platforms and social media platforms that are used to amplify and promote these shows. Apple Podcasts does not publicly provide follower counts, so was not included. This analysis was based on 320 online shows with far right-leaning, with a right-leaning or left-leaning ideological bent. We found that right-leaning online shows dominate the ecosystem, with substantially larger audiences on both politics news shows and supposedly non-political shows that we determined often platformed ideological content or guests. We found 320 online shows, 191 right-leaning and 129 left-leaning that were active in 2024 and covered news and politics, all had related guests. These shows had at least 584.6 million total followers and subscribers. We found substantial asymmetry in total following across platforms. Right-leaning online shows had at least 480.6 million total followers and subscribers, nearly 5 times as many as left-leaning. Across platforms, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, Spotify, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, right-leaning online shows accounted for roughly 82% of the total following of the online shows we assessed. Comparatively, left-leaning online shows had nearly 104 million followers and subscribers across the 8 platforms, nearly 5 times less. 9 out of the 10 online shows with the largest followings across platforms were right-leaning, with a total following of more than 197 million. The only left-leaning show among the top 10 was What Now with Trevor Noah, which had 21.1 million total followers and subscribers across platforms. Our analysis, which looked entirely at shows with an ideological bent, found over a third self-identify as non-political, even though 72% of those shows were determined to be right-leaning. Instead, these shows describe themselves as comedy, entertainment, sports, or put themselves in other supposedly non-political categories. Out of the 320 online shows, right-leaning programs categorized as comedy, 15 shows in all had 117.5 million followers and subscribers, or 20% of the total following of all programs we assessed. This category included the Joe Rogan Experience, The Past Weekend with Theo Von, and the Full Send podcast. Right-leaning shows accounted for 2/3 of the total YouTube views on total from channels affiliated with the shows we assessed. 65 billion views in total. Comparatively, left-leaning online shows totaled 31.5 billion total views. Right-leaning shows use Rumble to expand their audience, gaining millions of subscribers and billions of views for their content. Yeah, so they haven't really said like over what amount of followers was needed to be included in this, because I'm wondering how much left content is like spread out across a lot of smaller creators, perhaps. But yeah, no, I would. It does seem to track that there is definitely more followers for right-wing content online. When is it considered left-wing and right-wing? Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that they haven't said, but I think the shows that they've included are like more obviously right-wing versus left-wing. Info on bots. I mean, that's another thing. I think like a lot of these shows are likely to have a lot of bots, which may account for some of it, but then that also makes me think maybe not a lot of it. Some of it maybe, but maybe not a lot, because you have to think about how much money that these channels make with sponsors and like with brand partnerships and stuff, because if they didn't have real people following them, then they wouldn't have so many brand sponsorships and they wouldn't be making so much money out of these like long, like ongoing partnerships. You don't get that if you don't have real humans following your content, because those real humans have to buy those products. And they do have a lot of like actual sponsors on their program. So like that does sort of suggest that they have actual real humans watching a lot of their content. But yeah, I mean, I think right-wing talking points in like the media ecosystem that we're in the media ecosystem that we're in, I think right-wing talking points are easier to put across. I think left-wing talking points are harder to explain, and for someone who isn't, you know, deep in BreadTube, those concepts are harder to understand. I think that's got a lot to do with it, and it's about sort of like, I think we have to think about how we put our points across in an entertaining way. I'm not saying I'm the master of that, but like putting points across in an entertaining way, but also saying that they're systemic is like a difficult thing to do, because it's so much easier to just be like, that immigrant down the road took your job, bro, that's why you're poor. That's so much easier so much easier to do than to be a leftist content creator. Yeah, Innuendo Studios is very good at explaining why right-wing talking points find it so much they like right-wing content creators, they find it so much easier to sort of cut through to people who aren't otherwise necessarily very educated in the world of politics. So it's so much easier to like just grab those people who aren't yet very deep in it. It's so much easier to just grab those people like who don't already know very much. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised at this. I mean, when the American election happened as well in November, I think the people who streamed it, among the top 10, I think Hassan was the only one in the top 10 who was left-leaning out of all of the people who streamed the American election last year. But I also think it's the fault of... It's also the fault of the Democrats in America for not really embracing online content creators very much. I think they've done a very poor job of that. Whereas Trump, like, he did a lot of well, he appeared on a lot of podcasts and he did a hell of a lot of that, whereas the Democrats didn't really do any of that. And it's kind of similar in the UK, but like, well, in the UK, I feel like neither side really gets involved in online content creators, because I would say Keir Starmer has no idea who any of the online content creators are, but like, neither do the Tories either. Like, the Tories don't talk to any online creators in the UK either. Like, TLDR News recently did they actually got Keir Starmer. TLDR News got Keir Starmer for an interview recently, but TLDR News, like, Keir Starmer had no idea who TLDR News were. Like they're probably the most like prominent, like, TLDR, they don't really they don't like to sort of say that they're very sort of factual. They don't have like a sort of bias left or right. They just kind of factually say what's going on in UK politics, I would say. But like, they recently were able to get Keir Starmer for an interview, and Keir Starmer had no fucking idea who they were. Like, and they're probably one of the biggest like online politics creators in the UK, if not the biggest in terms of just like factual reporting on YouTube. Like, and Keir Starmer had not a fucking clue. He had no clue who they were. Like, he had to introduce himself like, hey, we're TLDR News, and we report on UK politics on YouTube. And Keir Starmer's like, oh, right. Okay. Like, this is like your future voter base, bro. Like, this is where they're getting all of their news from, and you're just like, who the fuck are you? Keir is 50-something, so it makes sense. Not really. When you're the Prime Minister, you have to be thinking about like your future voter base and where they're getting their news and like where they're getting their information from. I don't know. But yeah, the other big question is how do we fix this? How do we fix this? I don't know. Like, when one side has so much more money than the other, it's like, how do we, you know, on the left, how do we combat this? And like, all we can really do is sort of band together. What we do have on our side is numbers. That's what we do have on our... We don't have money on our side. We don't have money on our side. But what we do have is numbers. We do have a lot of numbers. And I think it's about sort of banding together and organizing. I think it's about organizing. I think that's something that I'm not so great at, is like rounding people up and like doing things together. I really like it when other leftists do that, when they like organize protests and committees and things. I fucking love that shit. I love it. I'm not very good at like organizing people. Like, I can make content and I will join your organized people thing, but I'm not very good at organizing people things myself, to be honest. I'm a bit of a hermit when it comes to all of that stuff. But yeah, I do think like organizing on the left is, yeah. That's probably where we need to be focusing our attention. Revolt. I mean, lecture videos on the ground. Yeah, I'd like to do more of that. Just like interviewing people at protests and stuff. That's the kind of thing that I can't do on my own, though. And I only ended up doing that because I was like approached by the guy who was doing them, and I don't even know if he's like still doing them. I'm not sure, but I found that really fun. But I only did that to like help him, and it is his project, so I don't know if he's still doing it. Like, what he normally does is he like films stuff for Owen Jones. He films stuff for Owen Jones quite a lot. But yeah, I think I would like him to do more of that stuff. But I would also like to do more like on the ground stuff for my own content as well. Just like, instead of like doing sort of like secondhand journalism, i.e. compiling other people's journalism for my content, what I could probably do is do some of my own first-hand stuff. And that's actually what I'm trying to do with this video right now, is I'm trying to do less of just looking at other people's journalism, and what I want to actually do a little bit more of is like being less of a hermit and being brave enough to approach people myself for interviews. It's scary. It's scary. I'm just a little person in a little room. I don't talk to people. I just go on the internet and read things. So what I'm trying to do more is like, yeah, reach out to people, experts, people like, and like say, oh, like, would you mind sort of like answering a few questions, and could I maybe like put you in my video if you did that? Maybe, because like it would probably be more persuasive as well if it wasn't just me saying the thing and it was an actual expert saying the thing. Then it would probably be more persuasive as well, because it's like an actual academic saying it. It's like, what I could do is I could probably like use a clip of a person saying something, and then I could put like me in, like, but explaining the thing, you know, after the expert has said it, maybe then I could like explain it in my words. Is what I'm thinking. Yeah. You mean like a moron translator? Yes. Exactly. It's like you just heard the really intelligent person talk about statistics. Now I'm going to explain it like you're 5 years old, okay? Basically like that, yeah. Interview them like Philomena Kunk. Oh no, not if I want people to actually learn things. I can't do that, even though that would be the dream. That would be the absolute dream. I already did the bathtub thing. Yeah, I could do more bathtub things. Moon cunt for mayor. Oh, I need to pee again, honestly. Why? What's going on? I know exactly why. It's because I've been drinking beer. All right. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. And then we'll move on to the next thing. Yeah, we'll move on to the US stuff.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 What you looking at? What you looking at? I'm making hits. I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. This is your town. Get your hands up. You get your hands up. You get your hands up. Hands up.
I have to shut the door again now. Brooklyn's just barged in. Just fucking barged in. Didn't ya? Alright. Alright. I actually don't have much. I don't have much UK news today, unfortunately. There's not much reason for me to play the BBC News theme. There's not much going on in the UK. Really. Not much that I've seen, anyway. You know what? I'd like to start with the I know this is like kind of old news right now. But I've not actually watched this yet. This is Coffeezilla on Sam Bankman-Fried and his podcast from prison, which I don't even know like how he managed to podcast from prison. Like, because surely that's very much against prison rules, is to podcast from prison. Like, for a start, how did he get hold of a phone or a laptop? Secondly, how did he get that fucker connected to the internet? Like, surely, like, I'm assuming some assholery was involved in this. Like, surely that phone had to have gone up someone's asshole. Someone's asshole was involved in making this happen, I'm sure.
One of the most disgusting podcasts I've ever seen. A podcast from prison, from a guy who went to jail for costing people billions of dollars.
Dropped by
Eventually,
drone.
he basically lucked out because crypto markets ramped back up. So luckily, people are getting their money back. And now he's making a case that maybe he should be pardoned. Maybe he should get off. We're talking, of course, about Sam Bankman-Fried, the person behind FTX, Alameda gambling billions of dollars. And the guy interviewing him doesn't really care about any of the details of the case. Instead, he's focused on a very strange line of questioning, which is, hey, you donated money to Democrats. Why didn't you get more corruption? Which I know is a strange thing to say. But this...
Yeah, but it was Tucker Carlson interviewing him, so of course.
Is the interview. It's by Tucker Carlson. Sam Bankman-Fried on life in prison with Diddy and how Democrats stole his money and betrayed him. And you will find the premise is basically that, hey, you gave them money. Why didn't they do the corruption? Which is just, like, bizarre. Because aren't we all on the same page that political corruption should not exist, right? Like, how can you steal someone's donation unless you're implying that quid pro quo should exist? The implicit assumption here is, oh, they should have basically let you off, even if you stole billions of dollars, because you gave them money, which is insane. I mean, it's just like, what are we doing here, fellas? What are we doing? Anyway, I'll just show you the clip and we'll talk about it.
Big picture, without getting into like all the details of your case, but it does seem like you guys made a decision at your company to form political alliances through political donations, which is not singling you out. You're hardly the only businessman who's done that. It's actually kind of par now.
It's bad though, right? We are going to say that that's bad. Trying to win political favors with money, right?
But you gave so much to Democrats that I kind of thought they would rescue you in the end. Where were all your friends in the Democratic Party? They usually keep their friends from going to jail. Tony Podesta never went to jail. Why did you?
Oh, it's a really good question. Obviously, I can only guess at the answer to that. I can only speculate because I'm not in their minds.
The answer is it was billions of dollars of fraud. What are you talking about? Why weren't you rescued from, your billions of dollars of fraud because you gave some money to different... Isn't that what we all want? What is this? And then, by the way, my favorite part about this is the, rationalization of basically Sam's going to say, well, maybe I wasn't Democrat enough. And maybe if I had been, no, that's not why. You were a huge fraudster. You went to jail, as should be expected. We should all be happy about that. And to the extent there is political corruption and people aren't going to jail because they're donating, we should be targeting that as the problem, not, hey, you donated a lot of money. Why didn't you get a get out of jail free card with the FBI?
But, one fact that might be relevant is, in 2020, I was center left and I gave to Biden's campaign.
This guy believes in nothing, by the way.
I was optimistic he'd be a sort of
He was never center left. What the fuck is he talking about?
solid center-left president. I spent the next few years in DC a lot. Made dozens of trips there and was really, really shocked by what I saw, not in a good direction from the administration. By late 2022, I was giving to Republicans privately as much as Democrats. And
there it is.
That started becoming known right around FTX's collapse. So that probably played a role.
So, okay, just so we're clear, his explanation is the reason I didn't get any quid pro quo is because I also gave to the other team trying to win their quid pro quo because he was trying to hedge his bets. Remember, this is the same guy who goes, oh yeah, all you have to do is say the right shibboleths and people are going to believe it. Like basically, you just say whatever you need to get power, which is exactly what he's doing here, by the way. He's aligned himself now with he was with the left when Biden was in office. Now he's with the right now that Trump's in office because he's angling for a pardon. And why aren't we skeptically looking at that? This guy believes in absolutely zero. All of a sudden, he was left and then he was donating to the right because he wanted to get both sides. And now his explanation of like, yeah, the reason, I didn't get pardoned, which this is not why, but he's like basically saying the reason I didn't get pardoned is because it got out that I was trying to win both sides. I was trying to buy both teams, and that's the no-no. And it's just insane. This interview is like kind of implicit premise is if you...
That's exactly what Trump did before. And that's exactly what Elon did before. When they were both just scamming fraudster business people, and they still are now. What you do is you buy politicians on both sides. That's what you do when you're a fucking business person. That's all you do. That's all Elon constantly did that. And so did Trump, I believe, before he was directly involved in politics himself. When he was just a businessman, didn't he donate to both Democrats and Republicans? That's just that's just what they do. They never believe in anything apart from whatever benefits themselves. That's just what they do.
You don't give people a get out of jail free card. You have stolen their money and betrayed them. Do you guys understand how insane this is? The literal chapter title is Democrats Refuse to Rescue SBF Despite His Large Donations. What are we doing here, fellas? And look, I've got to, I don't want to do this whole, by the way, I despise this politics stuff. I don't like it. I do not like it. However, we cannot ignore the fact that fraudsters are basically walking free left and right because of political contributions or at least it doesn't hurt them. I am, of course, talking about Justin Sun, who got charged by the SEC basically a couple years ago for pretty serious fraud claims. Market manipulation, wash trading, things that hurt real customers. This is not some political anything. It's just hey, you committed fraud, or it looks like you committed fraud. We're going to go after you. That's sort of the idea that the SEC's indictment would have you believe. Now, it just so happens to be that Justin Sun, same guy who got indicted, donated a ton of money to World Liberty Financial, which is the Trump financial project. In fact, he donated so much money that the guy who leads it, the founder, claims that World Liberty Financial's success came partly because of Justin Sun. He says the project's fortunes changed, however, when Justin Sun stepped in. This guy, Folkman said, with a gesture towards Sun, saw that regardless of the outcome, this project is a monumental move for the entire crypto community. Justin Sun put 10 figures into it, over $10 million. I've seen reports that it was $75 million into this Trump-backed coin, which you could not trade. So it's why would you put money into a coin you couldn't sell? And you're being indicted by the SEC, or you're being charged by the SEC, and just coincidentally, you put in $75 million into the political leader's coin, right? All of a sudden, what happens? SEC halts fraud prosecution of the crypto bros' purchases enriched Trump. Quote, on Wednesday, the Securities Exchange Commission and Sun sent a joint letter to a federal judge asking for a stay of Sun's case. Now, did this all come because of the donations or the buying of the World Liberty Financial Token? It's hard to know. I'm sure it didn't hurt, right? It's a similar type of tacit donation that Bankman-Fried made. So it's impossible not to look at this interview and compare the two outcomes. And you go like, well, are we just like selling get out of jail free cards to people, right? Again, not saying that Sun directly did that, but indirectly, if you literally are credited with like the turnaround of someone's entire crypto endeavor, and then all of a sudden you get let off being prosecuted, we have to look at that skeptically. Like, it's, come on, let's put 2 and 2 together a little bit. But it's insane to have a podcast where instead of like seeing that as the problem, like Justin Sun getting off after making one of Trump's projects very wealthy, instead of seeing that as the problem and maybe something that politically is corrupt, we go, well, why didn't you benefit from the same thing, Sam Bankman-Fried? Why did you get your money stolen? And why were you betrayed? I mean, what a backwards clown world to live in, where we're having prisoners pontificate about, well, why weren't you just like, you paid? Why didn't you get what you paid for? It's crazy. I mean, it's absolutely,
I don't know, it's kind of not surprising at this point, I would say.
Insane. We are in so much of the like bizarro world where we're almost like,
the fucking prime minister is a felon. Are you surprised?
Trying to make everyone feel bad.
Prime minister? President. Fuck. Baked beans.
For the criminals who basically didn't benefit from political corruption. You did all the right things, Sam. Can you please explain why you didn't also get out of jail? I mean, basically what we're realizing is Sam was too early. Sam was too early, and if he had just been a little bit later and he had lined the right pockets, would he have gone to jail? It's impossible to say. In fact, what's sick about this, dude, I don't know if y'all see that I'm going crazy. I'm going a little bit crazy. What's sick about it is that Sam Bankman-Fried is now parlaying for a pardon, right? And we're all clear about that. He's basically trying to say that his prosecution was political. The irony is, what we've just established is that
Is this the year where Coffee has a complete meltdown and realizes that capitalism as a whole is a scam? I'm waiting for that day. Like, surely at this point, Coffee has to become a bread tuber. Is this like the longest pipeline we've ever witnessed to bread tuber? Because like I made my crypto video years ago, and realized how much of a scam capitalism as a whole. He's still going down that tube. He's still stumbling down that tube. Bro, when is your bread tube arc coming? Coffee? When is it coming? Because like one day you'll realize that crypto is just capitalism on steroids. It's just libertarianism. That's all it is. But I don't think I've ever seen him say the word libertarianism once.
In some ways, it's the most not political prosecution because he donated the most to the guys who were in office at the time. So actually, it's not political that you went to jail, I guess. But now he's trying to say like, oh, what happened to me is maybe similar to what happened to Trump. Maybe I was politically prosecuted.
Biased judges in terms of prosecutorial abuse, and in terms of sort of the politicization of the DOJ over the last decades, and I would say speeding up recently.
And do you think your trial is part of that story?
I think that's a piece of the picture.
How could it possibly be a piece of the picture? And now he's sort of going the whole, like he's aligning himself with the guys in power for the same reasons he did it the last cycle. And we're sort of credulously interviewing him on podcast after podcast with very little pushback beyond, hey, do you feel like you got cheated because you didn't get the same deal that, maybe other people have gotten where they paid their way out of their problems? Now, not only was this crazy to watch Sam say this, there's also just sort of no pushback on Sam's kind of discussion of, he's sort of asked like, oh, do you think you're the biggest criminal? Sam says no, and then there's not really any pushback because I'm not sure Tucker understands the details or cares about the details. And like, my only view is, look, interview whoever you want. But if you're going to interview one of arguably the biggest financial criminals of the last decade, you should know what he did. Like, you should know the details, right? If you're going to do journalism. Instead of
it's Tucker Carlson, mate. He's not going to do any journalism. Come on, mate.
Just being like, well, do you think you did it? No, I don't. Okay, well, I don't want to get into it.
Being as honest as you can, do you think you were the biggest criminal in the crypto business?
I don't think I was a criminal. So certainly the answer to that is no. I mean, I think the DOJ thinks that I may have been, but I don't share their view.
Well, yeah, you're in jail. They definitely, that's their claim anyway. But I wonder, and I'm not, I've certainly criticized your business and other businesses like it in.
I hate seeing Tucker Carlson laugh. It feels so inhuman. It feels like it doesn't come from any sort of soul when he laughs. It's very disturbing.
You're in jail. They definitely, that's their claim anyway. But I wonder, and I'm not, I've certainly criticized your business and other businesses like it in the past. And again, I'm not even getting into the details of your case because it's like Byzantine, but.
No, not but. Not but. What do you mean? Hey, I'm going to ask you if you're a criminal. You say no. Well, I don't want to get into the details because it's Byzantine. What? It's just so weird. And I'm just like, why does this interview exist?
Well, all he really did was took a load of people's money and gambled it using QuickBooks. I mean, it's not really that difficult to understand, really. He just gambled billions and billions of dollars of money from people who thought that their money was being held safe and they could withdraw it whenever they wanted. He told customers that they could withdraw their money whenever they wanted, when actually what he was doing with that money was gambling it on the crypto market. You can basically say what he was doing within a sentence.
It's not like Sam is a darling of the right. He's trying to make himself one. I don't even understand what this piece of media is or what it hopes to achieve. And I'm just sort of frustrated because now the new playbook for scammers and people like the Tate brothers who are accused of horrendous actions is just to cry political prosecution. And it's sort of working. So it's infected my sphere of influence where I talk about scams. And these scammers are now saying, with no seeming cause, they're like, well, I'm politically prosecuted. It was all politics. And so now I feel like I have to talk about it. I can't have, Sam Bankman-Fried from prison angling for some kind of pardon with a guy who has no idea about his case. And it's just like, I have to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why? It's stupid. It's stupid. This isn't a political thing. Fraud should not be political. Scams should not be a political issue. We should hate them equally on both sides. And the same is true of corruption, which is kind of a type of scam, where you get away with something for no reason.
No, if you want to send me a link, you have to do it on the Discord.
Other than you've aligned yourself, you've lined the right pockets. These should be universal issues that we all agree on. So it kind of disgusts me that I have to even talk about it, but we can't trick ourselves into like what's actually happening here. Why is Sam going on these podcasts? Also, we played this Sun interview. Why is he going on this podcast? Is it because he just loves talking, or is it because he's trying to align himself and trying to claim like political prosecution to try to get a pardon, even though we've already gone through the litigation of establishing that he's one of the great financial criminals of our time? Anyways, It's just insane. I mean, what a wild discussion to go, hey, you lined everyone's pockets. Why'd they steal your money and betray you when you committed crimes? We are in a, yeah, dude, I feel like every day we sink more into this black hole, the void, you might say. Every day I'm just like,
we love the void. Woo, we love the void. Yay! We love the void.
Yay, void. Yay for the void. We love the void.
hit with these insane things. And I have to I'm having to ingest it. And I'm like, every day I'm like, it can't get worse. So yeah, that's basically it. One of the more disgusting interviews I've seen. And I hope people view it outside of the polarizing lens of politics and just realize corruption is bad and we should not accept it.
I think he just tries to remain very centrist in whatever he reports on, doesn't he, Coffee? He tries to remain very centrist, but I mean, at some point you kind of have to admit the kind of mindset that's kind of maybe making all of this stuff happen, don't you? The kind of very money focused, very profit focused mindset maybe that's making all of this happen. Maybe. Nah, it's just crypto. It's just the fault of crypto. What's this in the? What is? What is this? What if it? Do I dare watch this live? Is this safe to watch on screen, or is it going to turn into goatse halfway through?
Or Dollywood. Sorry, Dolly. Nah, man. The most innovative art today is found on the very platform you are watching right now. I know some of you are cringing out right now, but hear me out. But first, this video is sponsored by Raycon. I've been using Raycon. They quickly charge. It's brought to you through its partner program.
Where's the bit about me?
Dollars to creators. That's way more than any other platform. Not only that, YouTubers Sure, they still have pressures. They have to make their audiences happy, but their audiences often reward them for their creativity because, as it turns out, we humans love good art. In fact, audiences are so happy with creators that many creators no longer have to rely on ad revenue anymore. Their patrons donate enough to them to a point where artists can take their time to better craft the art. One of the biggest reasons why art is thriving on YouTube right now is because it seems to be one of the last few places where we get celebrated for being ourselves. On here, authenticity rules. It seems to matter more than anything else. And since artificial intelligence is taking over the internet, authenticity arguably means even more today than it ever has before. And because authenticity is rewarded on YouTube, it's easier there to experiment and try new things. After all, it's because of their authenticity that YouTubers have such die-hard and loyal fan bases. Now, things aren't all biscuits and gravy. YouTube has a habit of demonetizing content that it fears will scare away advertisers, even if that content is educational. It seems creators with fewer subscribers are especially vulnerable to having their videos demonetized. Not only that, creators often feel pressured to keep pumping out content in order to remain relevant and better grow their channel.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel I mean, I kind of do feel that pressure in a way. I do, like, when it takes me longer than I think to make a video, I'm a little bit like, oh no, everybody's forgotten who I am. But like, you kind of have to remember that the YouTube algorithm doesn't really work in that way anymore. And as long as you're making something good that people actually want to watch, it kind of doesn't matter how long it takes you to make it. As long as you like make it be a pretty good thing, a pretty good video at the end of it, then it will still get views. But like, I don't think I could ever be this kind of like. I don't think this could ever be my main thing. Slop, like 24/7 YouTube slop creation. Like, it can make you a lot of money, but I just don't think I could ever make this kind of stuff and retain any kind of soul.
Some YouTubers have complained that releasing sporadically hurts any momentum they attempt to build up for channel growth. This pressure to constantly release new content to essentially become content machines leads to burnout and a loss of artistic integrity and growth. Not only that, there remains the constant threat of audience capture, in which artists become captured by their audience, almost as if they are held hostage by them. Sure, it starts out as an influencer just wanting to create more content their audience wants, but it ultimately turns into a creator abandoning their whole identity and replacing it with one entirely made for their audience. Its algorithms aren't perfect. One study found that YouTube often recommends culture war videos since they tend to create more high arousal emotions. Regardless, nearly every media organization deals with these things. No matter where you release your art, there's seemingly always the threat of censorship. There's always the threat of the platform or audience or even the artists themselves sacrificing artistic integrity in order to have wider appeal. Since so many things are demanding our attention these days, that means stuff that creates high arousal emotions tends to break through and go viral. But nah, Gregory, despite all the problems, YouTube is one of the last few remaining places where the counterculture can thrive. There's a reason why young people in particular are drawn to it. It's a haven for rebels, a sanctuary for the weird, for the ones who push the envelope. The last place to create entirely new genres, for crying out loud. Like a genre of sneaking into college football stadiums. Like a genre of using guidebooks from the past today as a sneaky way to teach history. Opening up old food and eating it. Trying weird flavored stuff. Stealth camping. Drive laps. Ridiculous inventions.
Hey! Oh, man carrying thing! But also, I love Simone.
Weird stuff. Stealth camping. Drive laps. Ridiculous inventions. Bedroom satire. Doctor comedy. YouTube poop. No context. Rick Astley meme stories. Hornet nest removal. Interviews that have to be whispered because they're in the library. What's weird is that YouTubers don't often even think of themselves as artists. They're more likely to think of themselves as content creators or influencers. But make no mistake, they are artists. They are using their imaginations to express things that we're all thinking about anyway, but weren't quite able to express before. And the great art coming out on YouTube today will be remembered, mark my words, will be remembered much longer than the mediocre crap coming out anywhere else. Do not take this platform for granted. It could be gone, just like...
Oh, I don't. Well, I'm assuming I pop up in there at some point. Maybe I pop up at the start.
A dude who turns political debates into musicals. A dude who sings protest songs in the woods. Other dudes who go where traditional news reporters are too afraid to go.
Serves me right for skipping through.
A 2.5-hour-long cultural history of the United States in the 1990s, a several hours long documentary of a dude attempting to travel the entirety of the River Thames from source to sea.
Or maybe I'm just in the thumbnail and I never turn up in the video at all.
Political pundits and politicians, except as horror
animations, yay!
Animations. If Wes Anderson was an ecologist. If Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite narrated terrarium progress. Dark, surreal comedy created to look as if it came out in 1992. Or a type of comedy so bizarre I don't even know how to describe
I've seen her on Reel. She's funny.
it. The best art right now is on
Captain Disillusion.
YouTube.
Legend.
Okay, and to a lesser extent, TikTok and Spotify, but mostly YouTube, because that's where you can actually make a decent living with your art.
Go.
If you
Yeah, that video they did with all of the iPhones.
Because that's where you can actually make a
insane. The amount of fucking work that must have gone into that.
Decent living with your art? If you think the claim I just made is whack, let's back up a bit. Maybe we should answer the question, what even is art? Well, art is a pretty difficult thing to define, honestly, but I've come up with a snazzy definition that hopefully resonates with you. However, in order to define art, we must first define another difficult thing to define, culture. Okay, let's try. Culture is what we all do, say, believe, and think about based on interacting with others. A group of people has a shared culture because they are constantly interacting with each other. Now, obviously today there are many different groups of people interacting with each other due to all humans being more connected now than ever before, but that doesn't change the definition of culture itself. And so, here's my definition of art. Art is any time we use our imagination to express something new that attempts to change the culture. Okay, yeah. Art is subjective. What is considered a masterpiece to one person may be considered trash to the next. However, I argue that good art expresses something that we were all thinking about anyway, but we weren't able to express before. In other words, good art shines a light on something that we always knew was there, but for so long was just always hanging out in the dark. Bad art doesn't do that. It's derivative. It expresses something none of us were thinking.
This is like a lot of why I'm thinking AI is not good, because AI is like never thinking of something that we've never tried to explain before as humans. AI is only ever trying to re-explain what we've already explained before. Whereas like what art actually tries to do is explain a sort of concept that humans have never actually really explained before. And that's why it's good, and that's why it's like, that's why it pushes forward human progress. Yeah.
Thinking and never will. Or it has no intention of changing the culture. But again, that's just my bloody opinion. Art is subjective. It's not easy to come up with good art unless you're someone like Mozart, who wrote his first song when he was just 5 years old. Creating good art takes years of practice. Artists almost always begin by copying other artists. Ain't no shame in that, man. We all need guidance. And so in order to create good art, we need lots of time to practice, and thus it requires a lot of
I'm not in this video, am I?
discipline. But often we need a lot of money to create good
I've been baited.
art. After all, if we want to create an epic space opera media franchise, that requires some resources, bucko. But it's deeper than that. You see, we all are born artists. Every single gosh darn one of us, including you watching this right now. Oh, you're just listening? I don't blame you. I just put stock footage up here anyway. But yeah, so if we're all artists, why aren't we all creating good art? Mostly because we lack the two most important resources, time and money. If we have financial security, we are more likely to take chances on our art. If we are financially stable and
Yeah, you've already watched through it, haven't you? I'm actually not in this video.
in general, we are more likely to give into our artistic impulses. And we often have
I just wanted to see what he labeled me as.
more time, or at least we can make the time to become a better artist. And I think time is the most important resource. Do you need an example? Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say you're a musician who is trying to write better songs. Well, sure, you need money to buy musical instruments and equipment, but you mostly need time to get better at writing music. If you're a musician who's also working 3 jobs just to pay the bills, you're giving up a lot of time that could be dedicated to improving your songwriting. So that brings us back to the claim I made before. The best art right now is originating on YouTube. I'm serious, punks. The most innovative art that's coming out today is generally not being found at Warner, Sony, or Universal. It's not found on Fox, CBS, NBC, or ABC. It's certainly not on Disney, not even Pixar. It's not on Netflix, not on Amazon Prime Video, Hulu, Paramount, Max, or Apple TV. Okay. Maybe a bit on Apple TV. The most innovative art is generally not found in Hollywood or Bollywood. Or Dollywood. Sorry, Dolly. Nah, man. The most innovative art today is found on the very platform you are watching right now. I know some of you are cringing out right now, but hear me out. But first,
Yeah, we've watched the whole video now. I'm not even fucking in it! I'm not even fucking in the video! Anyway. How dare they? How dare they put that? I'm literally in the thumbnail. I'm literally in the thumbnail. Oh, yeah. So apparently he got put into solitary confinement for doing that interview. I don't know how he managed to do that interview in the first place. My mind is blown. Surely he's in one of the most maximum security prisons in the US. Surely he is. How did it like... It looked like he was doing it on a full-on laptop. Did someone put an entire laptop up their ass to make that happen? Did Tucker Carlson pay someone to put a laptop into their rectum? Like, how did this happen? It's also not clear what kind of equipment was used to allow SBF and Carlson to communicate. It's entirely possible SBF simply used a smuggled smartphone to talk. Carlson, an asshole smartphone. And while that does not seem like the most straightforward way to accomplish an interview like this, it's purely speculative. SBF suggested in his chat with Carlson that he was really missing having high-tech devices at his disposal. Although the topic only came up when the former Fox News host asked if the crypto executive was previously on stimulants before he entered prison. SBF blamed his erratic appearance in old interviews on being distracted by tech devices. Carlson took the opportunity to say that tech wasn't healthy. Jesus Christ. Someone put a fucking smartphone up their ass just so we could have that shit interview that was shite! Absolute shite! Alright, what else have we got? What else have we got on here? On the roster. I've not watched this yet. Someone put this on. I have not watched this. What's going on here?
I wish I was special.
Oh no, I'm gonna get... No, I can't play that song. I'm so fucking special. Chicka, chicka, 'cause I'm a creep. 'Cause I'm a widow. What are the next words? What is this video? So he's drinking water from a bottle. That's a very small bottle. And then he just sits down. Is that it? I'd be tired and probably sit down too if I was saving the planet, the human race, and the US government. What is with people? What is with the... How has your brain rot gone that deep? How is your brain rot so fucking deep, man? Oh. All right, what else do we have?
Pump and dump.
Fuck.
Why are they legal? Today, Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are going to tell
More of coffee. Refusing to acknowledge the state of capitalism.
us the answer.
The whole meme coin thing is bananas.
Yeah.
It is so bananas that people dump real money into these coins, and then you could just pump them up and sell them.
A casino or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's totally
And
gambling.
people just
I see this comparison a lot, guys. Yes, it's gambling in the way you don't know if you're going to win or lose, but it's not really like a casino where there are predetermined odds. This is a rigged game, much more in the likes of something like penny stocks, right? There are a bunch of boiler rooms back in the early 90s, thousands, where people would call you and they go, hey, I got this hot stock. You got to get in. You got to get. And all these people, they would tout these kind of little penny stocks. You'd buy in thinking, oh, I'm going to make money. And of course, you lost a bunch of money. That's not the same thing as gambling. And meme coins are the same way. They're promoted. People buy in, not fully understanding.
I mean, I don't know. I slightly disagree. I think at this point, most people who invest in meme coins aren't under some false premise that this is just like a really small, cheap stock that's one day going to be worth millions. I don't think most people are like under that impression nowadays. I think they're mostly just, even though that's still the narrative behind it all, I think most people who buy into them are essentially just gambling. I don't think they're under any impression that anything's actually gonna go to the moon.
Who's got all the supply, who's scamming them on the back end, and they're told that these are legitimate operations. So I just want to be clear, like, yes, it's gambling in the way you don't know if you're going to win or lose. It's not gambling in the way of the pump and dump part is completely different.
Like musical chairs and whoever's like the last to sit down loses type of thing.
And somehow or another, it's still legal.
Yeah, why?
Like that's.
I mean, the thing is, I think not too many people. I mean,
I like that he's scratching his head. Like, how do I justify the U.S. government thinking this is cool to just allow more scams? The constant answer, by the way, this is what Malay said. Nobody actually invests in these things, right? Yeah, there were billions of dollars that flew into Trump coin, but nobody actually, I mean, not even that many. Look, there's not, who even, it's just a casino. The cope is unreal. No, there is serious money flowing into meme coins. You can, say, make all the comparisons you want, but to say, oh, there's not that many. No, there are a lot of people. The Trump meme coin brought in 192,000 brand new people into crypto that were not in it previously.
Somehow or another, it's still legal. Like that's.
I mean, the thing is, I think not too many people. I mean, it's sort of like you go to the casino. Like if you expect to win at the casino, you're being a fool. Okay?
Right.
So I think if you expect to win at meme coins, you're being foolish. Yeah.
Now this is true. If you think you're going to win at meme coins, that is foolish. It's just odd to me that we're trying to make as many of these mechanisms as possible. Like, look, everyone knows the lottery is a loser game. We also know it's a de facto tax on the poor because it's disproportionately the poor who engage in the lottery because they're looking for a way out. They're desperate. And so they play these types of games. So it's just weird for us to be like, yeah, we're just allowing more ways for your money to be siphoned off in our society, but you're stupid if you do the thing that we made legal and we're promoting all the time. It also strikes me as incredibly out of touch for people who are already well off and have won at the game of life to kind of puzzle over, like, why would anyone invest in these things, in these moonshot tokens? Why would anybody put money into these dumb, like, basically scams? And the answer is, because they are desperate, right? It is because they don't have, security and they're like looking for basically a get rich quick scheme because they're not rich. And so people who are rich often go, what dumb people? I cannot understand.
I mean, yeah, this is like basically one of the first things you learn about with like socialism is this whole idea that, right-wing people, they think that poor people are lazy and or stupid. But when you actually sort of look into it, you realize that the people in the working class, they're kind of forced into that position because of, our current system forces a lot of people into, perpetual debt that they can never get out of. And being in perpetual debt puts you in a sort of mindset of like, well, I'm stuck in this position and I can't see any way out of it. Therefore, I might as well just gamble because, like, why the hell not? And it's the economic system that puts working class people into that kind of mindset. So he's basically sort of understanding that certain people are, sort of pushed into this corner of like basically seeing gambling as the only way out of the position that they've been put in.
Understand why people would put money into this stuff. And it's like, yeah, because you're not in the situation. They're like looking up a mountain and they're going, how do I get up here? And then there's this guy promising a way out. And they're thinking to themselves, well, maybe, I don't know. Also, by the way, there also is a trend of financial nihilism, which says, and is encouraged by certain like powerful people, which goes, hey, the game is rigged against you anyways, so don't even bother engaging with like serious investments. You might as well roll the dice on a meme coin. So while it is easy to like scoff at people who put their money into this stuff, we have to remember who.
I mean, like, it's the same with like Andrew Tate's courses as well. When they say, they're like, oh yeah, you have to like leave the matrix because it's all stacked up against you, bro. But if you sign up to my course, you can leave the matrix and then all of a sudden you'll be really rich. It's the same kind of like mindset that they take advantage of.
Who is putting their money into this stuff? It is not the Joe Rogans of the world and the Elon Musks who are going to lose everything on meme coins. It is precisely the most desperate and most vulnerable people who are going to, and the most greedy. Okay, we can't forget there are lots of greedy people out there who are going to lose money, but there are a lot of vulnerable people who just fall into this stuff because they're looking for a way out.
Yeah.
But you're not going to win at meme coins. It's like it's but if you want, like, don't sink your life savings into a meme coin.
No, but you can gamble a little, and you can ride waves and win a little and lose a little.
If you want to have some fun, and don't come, then play with meme coins.
But if you put your family's wealth
on a meme coin
in the hawk.
I can think of far better ways to have fun than funneling all of your money into a meme coin. Who's having fun investing in Hawk Tour coin? Who's having fun doing that? Like, at least go to a fucking casino or something. Like, actually do something enjoyable if you're gonna fucking gamble all of your money away.
At the risk of saying something bold and outrageous, don't bet the farm on a meme coin.
The weird one is the pump and dumps.
Here's where it gets interesting. Rogan brings up a good point. Not all these meme coins are just like decentralized, fun little Doge coins or something like that. A lot of them, there's a guy in the back of the room who like set up the whole thing, rigged it, and is going to sell as soon as you buy it. Like, it's like an outright scam. So they bring this up, and I don't think the response is that great.
Like, people
happen all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
And people get shocked that somebody pump and dumped. Like, what are you doing? I was hoping to dump. I was hoping to make all the money out of this. I can't believe they got me. Like,
yeah.
It's just weird that it's legal still.
Agreed.
I mean, casinos are legal.
Yeah.
And
it is
people
like a
just
casino.
lose money at casinos.
Yeah. But you can't rig a casino like a pump and dump.
Right. It's not exactly the same, is it, when somebody is rigging a game versus there is a predetermined like chance and you're agreeing and you go into it knowing the odds, right?
You could rig a pump and dump.
Yeah, I guess so.
Why is it legal
then?
then?
You could run a real pyramid scheme.
Well, I mean, the government's one big pyramid scheme, if you ask me.
Yeah.
What kind of answer is this? Hey, we're now allowed, by the way, they say it's still legal. Actually, pump and dumps weren't legal. They've kind of never been legal, and now we're making them de facto legal because we're not going to prosecute anyone. So this whole idea of like, why is it still legal? No, it sort of just became completely legal. And
Bro, the government is a pyramid scheme.
And so now they're talking about, this is kind of weird. It's a little different than gambling. And then Elon's response is, well, the government's a scam. Oh, great. Aren't you the guy auditing the government? You are the government. Why are you... It's so weird for the guy to be auditing the government to believe the entire...
It's all a pyramid scheme apart from Elon's bit. The Doge bit, that's bit's not a pyramid scheme. The rest of it is, though.
Our government is a scam. Yeah. Strange.
Well, you can tell me better than anybody.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
What? So, okay, we're talking...
The biggest Ponzi scheme all time is Tesla. Tesla is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. And we have actual evidence for Tesla being the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. You know why? Because literally all of the promises that he's given to his investors that have never come to fruition. Is that not the definition of a Ponzi scheme? Promising your investors things that never come. Is that not the definition? He's literally, with Tesla, he's literally done everything. He's done everything that Elizabeth Holmes did with Theranos. That, but even worse. The only fucking difference is that Elizabeth Holmes went straight in with the Ponzi. She went straight in with the Ponzi. There was no like, oh, I'll give you some real products first and then I'll go into the Ponzi. Elizabeth Holmes, she went straight into the Ponzi with the technology that didn't work and never delivered. Elon Musk, he released a few cars that worked all right. And then that seems to give you a pass to then go on to just Ponzi like no one's business. Like, fuck yeah. You've made a few cars that a few people have bought. Now what you can do is you can just Ponzi the rest of your career. That's apparently what you can do, and no one will ever come for you. Now, you can make as many promises you like that you never deliver, because apparently now you're a legit company. Even though literally your entire company, like the valuation of your entire company, is basically based on hype around one man and the promises that he makes that are never fulfilled. Is that not the definition of a Ponzi scheme? Because if it's not, what the fuck is a Ponzi scheme?
Think about the problem of people shamelessly just siphoning money from retail investors, right? And your response is, well, not that many people do it, and if they do, it's just like gambling. And if it's not just like gambling, well, yeah, it is what it is. Shouldn't have bet the farm. And your response to that is, but the safety net for retirement is a scam too, and a bigger... What? How is that a response? Look, you can have problems with Social Security. It's just like, it's not even close. It's not even the same world tree. Brother, these are literal, like, you call in, they trick you into investing, and they just steal your money. The other thing, you're supposed to have a retirement. It's so weird. This is like one of the most important guys in determining, like, the...
Ponzi is where you get new investors to pay off older investors. Is that not what he's doing? Is that not exactly what he's doing?
The path forward, right? This is a thought.
Like, he's still got lots of people who are invested in Tesla, even though they're going down a hell of a lot right now, because people do not want to buy Tesla cars right now because of Elon Musk. But like, so Tesla's stock price is going down because people are selling his stock. But people only bought it in the first place because of all of these promises that he's made that he's never delivered on. Like, Ponzi schemes can go on for decades. sometimes before people realize that they're Ponzi schemes because the profits never come through. So, like, when does it become a Ponzi scheme? At what point does his company become a Ponzi scheme?
Leader here, and our thought leader is saying, oh, meme coins are fine because Social Security is a bigger scam, right? Pump and dumps are fine because your grandma's retirement plan was a scam too. It wasn't funded well. What is this thought process?
It's a Ponzi scheme as soon as you pay off early investors with later investors' money. But has that not already happened? If people have cashed out, has that not already happened? Like, when does it become a Ponzi scheme?
That's, by the way, the end.
Just because he's managed to keep it going before people have, like, before everybody's cashed out. What's the fucking definition here?
Of the conversation. I know it seems like we should continue that conversation. No, they just kind of fall off on the, well, what do you mean by it's all a big Ponzi scheme? This conversation was painful, though, and it just goes into the mind of the people running the show. I mean, they just could not care less if you guys get scammed. It's a very odd thing, and there's a false equivocation between like regulated gambling in Vegas. By the way, they say gambling's legal. It's not legal everywhere, okay? I know we're pushing to make sports gambling legal everywhere, but it's not yet. That's kind of important. But meme coins are. Like, they're just not they're not regulated like gambling. They're allowed like the shameless pump and dump scams are just running. It's just a strange thing to watch, I guess, because we were all told, like, well, we're going to get some actual rules of the road with crypto in this cycle. But instead of rules of the road, we just have no rules, and those are the rules of the road. That's what's very odd about this set of, the last 2 months is I thought we were just going to get a lot of regulatory clarity. That's what everyone kept telling me. Instead, the SEC just says, like, oh, well, meme coins, we're not even going to try to regulate them because we don't even think they fall under our jurisdiction. So we thought we were going to be told the rules, and there are no rules. But it's fine because casinos are a thing and Social Security is a scam.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's a kind of like a grey area because it's like, when does it become a Ponzi scheme? Yeah, he does actually have a real business on paper, which a lot of past Ponzi schemes have not had. But in the same way, like, there's so many business promises that he's given within this, legitimate business that he has. There's like, I know, like, you could call them businesses within the business, which he's promised on that he's not delivered on. So, like, at what point does that become, well, this is just not a real business? At what point does it become that? Like, what has he delivered on in terms of Tesla? He's not really delivered on anything in a very long time. Like, he's delivered on hype surrounding himself. You could argue that. But in terms of actual, like, products that people are using, like, Tesla has been consistently overvalued in terms of what the company is actually worth for a very, very long time. Like, if you look at how rich Elon Musk is compared to how many people in real terms actually own Tesla cars versus other brands of car, it's very, very easy to see how overvalued his company is. Therefore, it is all valued on hype around Elon Musk. And why does he have hype? Well, he knows how to build up hype. And that's like literally number one rule of a Ponzi scheme, is just promising people shit without giving any thought as to whether you can actually fulfill on those promises or not. It's just sort of blurring the line between actual company and Ponzi scheme. Like, that's the point that we're at. It doesn't really matter, like, what the actual value is of anything. What actual value is being delivered to customers doesn't really matter anymore. It's whether you're able to concentrate attention around yourself and your actions or not. Ponzinomics. Anyway, JD Vance memes. Oh yeah, I know this is like kind of new, like kind of old news now as well, but this pissed me the hell off.
I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah, well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really, they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. What happened, Sean, is you have Zelensky. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you know, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lives? The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
When I interviewed, I would argue the president was right.
He's just such a fucking dumbass. Honestly, like, ironically, I've never felt quite so patriotic until JD Vance started making comments about the UK being a country that has not fought a war in 40 years or some shit. I've never been a person to, you know, the kind of person to feel particularly patriotic, but when he said that, I was like, God save the gracious King, long live our noble King, God save the King. Bitch! You will pry my pie and mushy peas from my cold, dead hands. I will not let Putin invade any European country. If the UK wanted to reabsorb the US, we can apologize for the revolution. Okay, I accept. What else have we got on here?
If you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
Excuse me?
Guarantee and also the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild the country and ensure that America has a long-term interest. You're not going to do that if you come to the Oval Office and assault the president and refuse to follow his plan for peace. If you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually...
What a dick. I'm going to go to fucking war for this country now just because he said that. I'm joining the military next week. I'm going out to Ukraine. I'm going to start fighting. I'm going to start fighting. Oh, yeah, and this is quite funny. So Nigel Farage has kind of been boasting that he's been mates with JD Vance for a long, long time. And now he's kind of embarrassed after he said all that. Nigel Farage says JD Vance is wrong after claims he insulted British troops. So that's quite funny. I know JD Vance quite well. I've looked at the comments. I don't think he actually said that. A lot of people are getting carried away. They're saying loads of things and getting quite animated. Let's keep cool heads. America is our closest ally. I believe President Trump and JD Vance want peace. They're looking after their national interests. We need to do so as well. Yeah. Cope. Hella cope. What else have we got? Brooklyn. Brooklyn's just screaming at me. All right. I'm going to pop for a wee. Oh, we're still playing that. Whoops. And then I've got a few options for video reacts. I might
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
report on stories, and what they really care about is their corporate backers. Really, it's less left and right wing, and it's more down to the corporate backers. I would absolutely agree with that, and it's not that. It's really not that simple. And like, as an individual, if you're sort of reading information from journalistic outlets, I think you should I mean, what is the answer really? I think you should sort of come to your own decisions about how trustworthy something is, and yeah, it's not easy. It really isn't easy. Coming to your own decisions about how trustworthy certain information sources are, like on specific stories. But with the way that your brain works, the way that psychology works, you are inevitably, like, even if you have a subscription to something like Ground News, because you want to see how the other side is reporting on a certain story. I mean, it doesn't really change the way that you're likely to view that story. It's not like you're suddenly going to become a very enlightened centrist just because you've got a subscription to Ground News. I don't think that's really how it works, because the way that human psychology works is you're always going to be drawn to things that you already believe, like concepts that you are already familiar with. You're always going to be drawn to that. And it's like, that's not really going to change if you just see more news stories from the other side. That's just not how it works. I mean, like the social media companies, they already experimented with this, like Twitter and Facebook. They already experimented with serving people an equal amount of news stories from the left and the right. And what they found was, if they didn't serve people what they were already looking for, then they just went onto the platforms less. It just wasn't profitable. That, like, social media companies have already found that it's not profitable to not serve people news stories that confirm their beliefs. So, like, that's literally why everyone's so divided and everybody has these curated feeds that feed them what they want. It's because that's what's profitable to the tech companies that are in charge of the distribution of information, really. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but like, it's funny how when the internet started being a thing, we all sort of thought, you know, ooh, we're so much more informed now. Ooh, we're all gonna find out what the truth is, and we all quickly figured out that the access to more information just made us more caged in within our original ideologies. Turns out that the more information that you have access to just means the more information you have to confirm the beliefs that you've always already had. And I don't know what, like, how something like Ground News is hoping to fix that, really, because that's just a part of human psychology. This is something I'm thinking about a lot with the Lucy Letby case, because this same issue infiltrates the justice system in the way that, like, when you have a case, quite simply, the amount of evidence that you have against someone matters more than how good that evidence is. Like, if you have a lot of evidence, like if you have an abundance of evidence against someone in the justice system, it's very, very easy to convince jurors of the guilt of a defendant. And it doesn't really matter, like, how good that evidence is, as long as you have a lot of it. If you have a lot of it, then it seems to the jurors like it can't be a coincidence. But in reality, that's a flaw of human psychology, because what we tend to do is look for patterns, and we tend to assume that patterns mean something when actually they don't. And the more like parts of that pattern that we can add in, the more we become kind of convinced of that pattern. So when we're sat there as a jury and we have a prosecution with like fact, even if all of those facts are very, very flimsy, they're very convincing if there's a lot of them. All you need is a lot of them. And in the context of a nurse who was working within a neonatal ward where a lot of babies were dying either way, they were dying anyway, if you happened to have a particular nurse around a lot because she worked a lot anyway, and she happened to be around a lot of babies who died because a lot of babies were dying anyway, what you end up with is an abundance of evidence. And that is, it's so easy to like convince a lay jury when you have an abundance of evidence, but it actually doesn't matter how good that evidence is. You just need a lot of it, because human brains aren't really wired to think in terms of wider contexts, because it's extremely difficult actually to think about things in terms of wider context. It's extremely difficult to think about things in terms of systemic issues. It's actually kind of impossible, because there's so many moving parts that you have to consider when you think about systems, to the point that it becomes impossible. It's impossible to think in systemic ways as a human being, because our brains, like, we aren't like big brain Wojak. We're not sitting on our brain like it's just this little blob of flesh inside here. It's not a lot. It can't do that many calculations when you think about it. It can do a lot compared to like a lot of other animals, but it can't literally consider everything that happens within a systemic cultural system. So when it's asked to think about things that happen within a systemic issue, what it tends to do is take shortcuts. And those shortcuts can have really bad consequences. They have really bad consequences in the justice system, which I've been learning about, but they also have really bad consequences when you're asking people to vote in a democratic system, because it means that populist politics work really well. Because populist politicians come along and they say, you know what, it's like all of these like systemic issues that you keep hearing about that aren't very easy to understand, they're all just bullshit. They're all just bullshit. What's really going on is your immigrant neighbour has actually stole your job. And that immediately makes sense. And like that's the kind of bullshit that like leftist and socialist like content creators and like whoever, like activists, like that's the kind of bullshit that we have to fight against. We literally have to fight against fundamental parts of human psychology. It's that difficult. It is that difficult. You know, it's like, how do we do that? I don't know. I'm hoping to be able to explain a lot of it in this video that I'm making. Statisticians do a lot of work towards this. Like the whole point of like statisticians is to essentially try and mitigate the errors of the human mind, because the human mind, it looks for patterns. It looks for simple patterns that are easy to understand. And what statisticians try and do is explain why these patterns that we think are obvious and instinctual to us are actually not. Correlation does not mean causation 99% of the time. Coincidences happen extremely often, but we never look at them as coincidences as humans. We always think that there must be a reason that something happened, when in reality, a lot of the time there is never a reason why a coincidence happened. It just happened because coincidences happen. And statisticians, they do a lot of hard work to try and sort of mitigate what our brains try and naturally do. And yeah, I mean, like, I could do an entire fucking video about statistics. I probably should one day. I probably should, just because I think we need to try and make statistics more accessible in terms of like politics and what they actually mean. because I feel like a lot of the current discourse is driven by a very manipulative use of statistics, because a lot of people, like, they'll see their favorite creator online be like, oh, 70% of people did this, 59% of people think this, and it's like every statistic that you ever hear involves a person who has done that study, who has done that survey, and what they've done is they've to do the statistical analysis of whatever study that they're referencing. Involved in that analysis is a set of assumptions that statistician or the person who wrote that survey, there are a number of assumptions that person has made, and those assumptions are underlined by the biases of the person making that study. And I think people really, really need to understand that, and how easy it is to manipulate data. I don't think that's clear enough to the general public, how easy it is to manipulate data, even subconsciously. I don't think people realize how bias is so subconscious as well. Like, even like people with the best intentions can write studies that are biased as hell just because they don't realize how strong these implicit biases they have are. Like, if to think about it in like the simplest terms that I could give you, think about like the way that, like, throughout your entire life, like, this will be a little bit different depending on how old you are, but think about like how you viewed the length of a year when you were a child compared to now. Think about how long you thought a year was. I can almost guarantee that you now think of years as a lot shorter than you did when you were a child. And that's not a thing that you ever consciously taught yourself. Like, personally, I can vouch. Like, years seem way fucking shorter now than they did when I was like 10, then I can remember that they felt like when I was like 10 to 12 years old. They felt so much longer when I was 10 to 12 years old. So that's something that like everybody can kind of relate to. Years felt way longer when you were younger compared to now. That's not something that you've ever taught yourself. That's just something that feels a certain way, right? So think about that. Think about your perception of years, right? But like, you know why you think that? It's because you've lived more years now than you had at 10 to 12 years old. So when you were 10, you'd only lived 10 years. Therefore, every year was a 10th of your life. But if you're 30, every year is a 30th of your life. Therefore, they seem shorter. So what you should do is consider that. Consider the way that years feel shorter now. Because of your personal life experiences, years feel shorter now. So think about that, but consider that as like a concept of literally everything you've experienced it throughout your entire life. Like, you've built up concepts. You built up concepts throughout your entire life that you've never even realized that you've been building up, in much the same way that you've not even been realizing that you now feel like years are shorter than they were before. You've been doing that in the same way, but not just with years, but with everything else in your life. You've built up concepts based on your experiences, and you can't help doing that. That's just how brains work. You've built up concepts based on your experience. That means everybody has different concepts based on different experiences. Make years long again, MYLA. But you know what I mean? So like everybody has different concepts based on their experience. So then what you have is you have people doing these like surveys, doing these studies, and statistics are part of every one of these surveys and every one of these studies that you look at. And the people doing ground news, they're also making decisions about what the political views are of these, press outlets, but they're still subject to these, biases from these concepts that they've built up throughout their lives. That's still very, very human. That's like very human concepts that are coming into that. And they come into every statistic that you've ever read. So every statistic, every study that you ever read, that's underlined by the biases of the person, the life experiences of the person who wrote it. Every single graph you've ever looked at, there are statistical assumptions taken into account under that data that were written in because of the person who made that study or the person who wrote the survey or whatever. Like statistics is a social construct, essentially, is what I'm saying. Statistics are a social construct, as well as science as a whole, because science is based on statistics. Science itself is a social construct. Like, we create reality. Like, there is no absolute objective reality. Reality is a social construct that we create. We create all of our own statistics. They're all down to us and how we see the world. So, I don't know what the point is I'm trying to make. Just that, maybe something like ground news could be useful in some contexts, but yeah, all data is biased, is what I'm saying. All data is biased. It's time that we came to that realization and we figure out how to move past that, because what we need to try and do is come to some sort of shared truth, because I think what we're in right now is very much two separate truths. And these two separate truths are bolstered by separate sets of statistics. And we are kind of fooled into thinking that statistics are truth on both sides when they are not. Anyway, that's what I find interesting. How about you? All data is biased, it's true. Circling back to ground news, I always interpreted the point of that concept wasn't to dismantle echo chambers, it was to fight against epistemic bubbles. Yeah. Reality is objective, I think, but every human is subjective, and we collectively produce a subjective reality. Yes, I agree with that. We could only ever collectively create a subjective reality. I don't think humans could ever create a subjective reality. Sorry, an objective reality. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I need to do a fucking philosophy, epistemology degree. Because this is very interesting to me. Video essay soon. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, my next one is gonna, you know, it's there's a lot about the justice system involved. So there'll be a lot about this. According to Ground News, The Economist isn't biased. Okay. Ada wrote that emotions and thoughts are secondary to one's lifestyle/interest. I recommend. I will recommend so neuroscience is a field absolutely chock full of grifters right now. Like, they're all going on that Andrew Huberman podcast and trying to fucking sell their supplements and shit. Neuroscience is full of absolute grifters, but I will say the one neuroscientist that I actually think is speaking to what the current research is showing is a lady called Lisa Feldman-Barrett, and I've been aware of her for a long time. Since I did my body language video, I've been aware of her work because she did a lot of work to debunk Paul Ekman, who was a big focus of that video because he was a big grifter. He was the one that sold his whole body language program to the TSA in America after 9/11 happened. He supposedly sold the idea to the TSA that you could tell who was a terrorist based on their body language. His entire career was a grift, and basically Lisa Feldman-Barrett came along and debunked a lot of his studies. She's great. And I recommend her books. She's probably the only neuroscientist that I trust who's around at the minute. Maybe there's other ones, but she's the only one who's like actually going on podcasts and writing books that I trust. She wrote a book called How Emotions Are Made, and she's written another one she's written another one which is actually shorter if you don't have as much time to read a big thick thing. She wrote another one called 7.5 Lessons about the Brain, which is a much smaller book and it's a collection of short essays. So if you want a shorter thing to read, I really recommend that. And you'll find that, like, you know, a lot of things that I talk about in both my body language video and my Evo Psych video. A lot of the things I talk about are inspired by her work, because she tends to talk about things that track with what we currently know about the human brain. She goes against the sort of mainstream narrative of we evolved from lizard brains, and there's a lizard brain in the middle of the brain, and we humans evolved a brain on top of that, which gave us our cognitive human reasoning brain. Like, that's all bullshit. And she goes into all of that and about how brains actually didn't evolve like that at all, and there's far more evidence to show that the lizard brain, as you would call it, is actually it's actually sort of like disseminated throughout our entire brain. Like, there's no like lizard limbic part of our brain per se. It's actually shared out throughout our whole brain, and our emotions are actually very much intertwined with our logic. It just doesn't feel like that because of the way that we think about things. We sort of think about things in the way that there's our logic brain that's kind of like at loggerheads with our emotional brain, and we're just kind of like fighting each other, like what our emotional brain wants to do versus our logic brain, and they're fighting. But that's actually not like how our brains work at all. But yeah, she's written a couple of books about that are really good, and I'd really recommend. Well, now those Republicans from the 70s locking their lips have no excuse if lizard brain is debunked. Yeah, it has been debunked. She's been on a few podcasts, and she's been on some problematic podcasts, unfortunately. Lisa Feldman. She's been on fucking Huberman. Like, why? Why did you reduce yourself to Huberman, Lisa? Why did you reduce yourself to Huberman? But you gotta do what you gotta do to. Oh, I should have put it on the. Look, she's on Huberman. You gotta do what you gotta do to sell those books as a neuroscientist, I guess. But no, she's good. She's good. Your brain is not more evolved than a rattle lizard brain, just differently evolved. Yeah, exactly. That's what she says. Is there like a short video I could put on? Maybe this one.
We have a lot of words for unpleasant experiences. We can call it negative mood. We can call it...
So like her books, like How Emotions Are Made in particular, that actually kind of doubles as... she should be fucking sponsoring me right now. That book kind of doubles as a self-help book, really. I mean, I hate self-help as a concept, really, but How Emotions Are Made... But she has like a lot of advice in there, which is based on like actual neuroscience. Where is the book? This one. So this is the first one I read of hers. it does kind of like, it works as a self-help book because it includes a lot of sort of advice which is backed up by the current understanding we have of neuroscience as to how the brain works. And she advises that basically what your brain is trying to do is it's like constantly trying to balance your body budget, which is essentially like if you have a budget built into your body, like your body is constantly trying to, like your brain is constantly thinking about, oh, I'm expending too much here, I need to reduce a little bit over here, I'm spending too much here, I need to reduce a little bit over here, blah blah blah. And she's sort of saying like, so for example, burnout could be you've there was too much expenditure on, let's say, work, not enough expenditure on relaxing or exercising and exercising your body and stuff like that. It all makes sense. Anyway, I'll put this on.
Stress, we can call it trauma. All of these words have something in common, and what they have in common is they all refer to events that are really metabolically expensive. Trauma, it's an experience that is constructed like any other experience is constructed. That doesn't trivialize it. That just shows you the real power of predictions in the economy of your everyday life. What's happening when an adverse experience becomes traumatic, the brain is weighting that experience very heavily in its future predictions. From a metabolic standpoint, it's always better to predict and correct than it is to react. The traumatic event is re-experienced again and again and again, which only strengthens those connections and only makes those predictions more likely in the future. And the reason why a brain would do this is to avoid missing a threat. The brain is building a model of the world as a threatening place, and it's constantly preparing the body to deal with that over and over and over again. And then the brain continues to make those predictions, continues to model that world, and hasn't updated itself. This idea that trauma lives in your body, or that your body somehow carries with it the mark of trauma. It's based on this idea that you have this animalistic part of a brain, and that this somehow leads to adversity, trauma, marking your body, and you feeling the consequences of the trauma in your body. And then treatments are designed to remove those marks from your body. And it turns out that many of the treatments that I'm familiar with actually do show really good evidence of working, but they don't work because you have a cockroach brain or a lizard brain, and they don't work because trauma is marking your body. Your body does not keep the score. Your brain keeps the score, and your body is the scorecard. Your experience of your body is actually constructed and experienced in your brain. Your body isn't what needs to be healed. What needs to change is your brain's predictions, because those predictions are what construct your experience of your body in the world. And you have to find a way to break that cycle. You are not trapped in traumatic predictions. It is possible to change with a number of different methods. The kind of dominant treatments for trauma, like yoga, the use of psychedelics, and sometimes dance therapy or something embodied like theater, those are all really good ways of altering your predictions. Partly what you're doing is creating new experiences for yourself to flesh out and make more flexible your brain's ability to predict differently in the future. You could describe the brain as a scientist, a scientist with a hypothesis. That's what a set of predictions are. It's a belief, a guess about what sensations are about to happen and why they happen. That's where those emotions come from. And so like a good scientist, you could test and see which hypothesis is the correct one. That is something that when you're recovering from trauma, it's really important to do, because the arousal that you might feel might have something to do with your uncertainty about which category is the right one, and the only way to figure that out is to get more information. Some people might be concerned that what I'm saying is that trauma is in your head, and I am saying trauma is in your head, but everything is in your head. Every beautiful sunset that you see, every hug that you feel, every delicious drink that you have, everything is in your head. It is possible to recover from trauma. That doesn't mean that traumatic memories won't rear their ugly heads at some time in the future, but they don't have to dominate your brain's predictions. And the fact that you have some control over how to manage that content is a gift.
Yeah, she's good. I honestly reading her books and taking in everything that she talks about and applying it to your life and how you sort of think about things. It really sort of, I think, shifts your perception on how you view the world. I really got into her when I was researching my evolutionary psychology video. She doesn't specifically talk about evolutionary psychology, but it does tie in a lot when you're thinking about how the brain supposedly evolved. Because she talks a lot about emotions, because she talks a lot about emotions and how they sort of intertwine with the sort of supposed logical brain, and how they're a lot more intertwined than we really sort of think of them. And she's very good at explaining those things in a clear way. And yeah, I just think, she's really sort of changed my perspective on how the brain works after reading her books, for sure. I don't think we kind of realize how much the brain really kind of what it's constantly trying to do is anticipate what comes next. I don't think we really realize that very much. We kind of think of the brain as sort of just perceiving what's happening right now, but what it's actually trying to do is it's constantly trying to predict what's coming next. And that's what we kind of don't really think about, and what we don't really realize very much is how much our brains are constantly trying to predict what's happening next. And that's why optical illusions work so much. The optical illusions work so well because they work on the way that our brains see things. They work on the way that our brains expect to see things, and how that is so much more powerful than the way we are actually seeing things, and it kind of explains why we have such weird dreams as well, which I also find fascinating. Dreams are really fucking weird. You ever considered why dreams are so fucking weird? Because what your brain is constantly trying to do is predict things, and it's only ever correcting those predictions because of the actual sensory input that we have. And if you think about it, while we're asleep, we have zero sensory input. So while we're asleep, we've got our eyes shut, we're just laid in bed and that there is no sensory input. So then we end up, but our brain never shuts off. Our brains are still firing off even though we're asleep. So what's our brain doing? It's still firing off the predictions that it does throughout the entirety of the day while we're awake, but we're asleep. So it's got none of the sensory corrections to correct the predictions. So the predictions just end up being really fucked up. That's fascinating, isn't it? Like, dreams are basically the prediction part of our brain not switching off. The brain's just predicting and predicting and predicting, but because we're asleep, there is no sensory input correcting whatever our brain is predicting. So it just fucking goes off and does some mad shit because there's no sensory input correcting it. Yeah, anyway, this is the kind of shit I find fascinating. But anyway, I should probably go to sleep at this point. It's 3 a.m. I need to pee. Do people still think that dreams are processing information for the day? I think that was probably part of it as well, yeah. But yeah, anyway. Thanks for joining me on Scream, guys. Thanks for joining me on stream, guys. I'll see you next time. I don't know if I'll stream throughout the week. Maybe I will. I'm feeling a DJ stream coming on. I'm feeling a DJ stream coming on. I'm obsessed with this genre that I found on YouTube called Rally House. Oh, what's this? I'm obsessed with this mix. I want to download loads of these tunes and just play them. I want to DJ them. I keep listening to this mix over and over. And I've got a real for some reason I've had this real hankering for menthol cigarettes recently. I don't know why. And to drive really fast cars. I keep listening to this mix. But yeah, I want to... maybe I'll do a Rally House DJ stream. Anything racing related is based. Okay. Yes, Rally House 90s PS1 vibes. Yeah, I keep on listening to like mixes that have just yeah, they all have these PS1 visuals with them, like this, and it's so nostalgic, and I'm like, oh my god, I used to play that game. Yeah, it's good fun. So yeah, I need to download a few of these tracks and just yeah, have some fun with them. Yeah, it's good. Rally House to get low poly to. Yeah, it's kind of shit. It's kind of shit I've been listening to. Yeah. Other than that, possible museum 2-point museum streams. Well, yeah. Anyway. Thanks for joining me. And I will see you whenever I'm streaming next. Love you all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.